Say, are we back at 1 or 1:15?
I was wondering the exact same thing.
Because I have 1 o'clock. So
You know, let's get things done, Patrice. You know?
I don't see anybody there. So it's like, wait a minute. I'll finish eating my salad if they're gonna.
Yeah, I rushed back and all. But
I did too. It said 1 o'clock.
look what I got.
Come on.
I made it there.
And did you deliver me one? No.
I was running out of time. I was on my way, but I had to head back.
You must be feeling better. That's good.
Yes, I am feeling better.
Good. Oh.
The things we do for love with our grandkids, you know.
So did you hike all the way down to the canyon?
Well, actually, I brought him into the 1.5 mile house,
Okay.
where they picked him up, and then he hiked down to Indian Gardens.
That's pretty impressive.
And well, actually, the big thing is his sister Jovi, 6-year-old. She did the full down to Phantom Ranch, stay overnight, and then hike back out. You know,
Good
so,
for her. Boy,
yeah, they're troopers. Those guys.
that is wonderful. So
They're active like their parents. You know?
that's wonderful.
I love
Yeah, that one guy, that other guy.
I see Geronimo up there.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. He's out there.
The other guy.
Either or, you know. Yeah, Mother's Day is coming up, huh?
Yeah, you know. So what are you going to do for the mother of your children?
Well, I'm starting with the son. He wants to buy, see if he could get a manzanita growing up here. So we're going to go to a nursery in Cottonwood. And in doing that, we'll bring the mother, putting Teresa down. And with that, if we're going to be down there and go early in the morning, why not go for a run on a trail? Let Teresa just go for a little hike somewhere.
Good.
And then hit the nursery and then go out to lunch. You know, early lunch would be really neat.
That'd be
So,
nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Then we'll come up and see what the others are doing. Tap in. I got to check in with my daughter and my daughter-in-law and all for their.
Of course. Of course. So, well, that'll be good. It'd be nice for them to celebrate their mother. And of course, you've got a daughter who's a mother in her own right. So
Yeah.
so,
All the good people out there. Okay, and here. I don't think she can hear me. If she can, Lindsay, do mothers sleep? She can't hear me. She's busy. The answer would be mothers don't sleep. Yep.
she and her daughter looks just like, she has a daughter who looks just like her.
Danny. Yep.
She posts some pictures on Facebook and it's like, oh, she's a mini me. She's just a mini Lindsay.
Yeah. Yeah, she is. Mhm.
So it looks like I just heard from Geronimo, he's going to need a little early. They're doing a retirement party for his father at 4 o'clock in the anthropology department. So
Oh, cool.
yeah, that's quite an honor. So
Yeah. Bring all those archaeologists back together.
Yeah, sorry about the late notice. I just found out about an hour ago, and he'd retired 2 years ago, but because of COVID, they never gave him a proper retirement party. So they're going to give him an award and recognize him for his 32 years of service for NAU.
that's very exciting. Geronimo, congratulate him from us.
Yeah.
I will. Thank you.
Awesome.
It'll pop up.
Well, see, I got my alum hat on. It's just almost 50.
You do?
This is, by the way, it's finals week, so there are a lot of people that are and anxiety and pressure, and you'll see them in the coffee stores. Oh, there's Erica. Hey, Erica.
I know we have CCC graduation. And NAU's graduation's got to be coming up. I haven't gotten an invite to that, so I don't know,
They're out.
but it's got to be coming.
Yeah, because I got them about a couple weeks ago, I think. Yeah, and I was suggesting to pass them over to other students. So yeah, we got to get you tied in on that.
Yeah, they probably should know that, but if Trey's out there, maybe Trey can let them know that if he's on. Guess he's not on.
No, they can't. They've got us muted.
We can hear you.
Oh, you can.
Yes.
You mean, oh, Erica, I got to take back all those things. You're wonderful.
Lindsay said that mothers do not sleep, by the way.
There we go. That's right. Thank you, Lindsay. And isn't that the truth?
And I did hear the end of the hiking. That's quite the adventure. Good for them.
Yeah. Coming from a hiking family of your own.
Yes. Mount Whitney will be right on their list coming up.
That's I have that. What was it? One of the first grandkids, Neymar. I was on a trip with Sean and family, and I was supposed to go to Mount Whitney, and that's when Neymar came. So I have this thing when he's 11 years old. I need him to hike me up there as a payback. Get that in. That would be neat.
That's the age that Zach did it, 11.
Is it really? Okay. Yeah.
So I just saw that Steve and Sue just came back from the memorial service, so they'll be with us here in just a few minutes. So we're running a few minutes late. We should have just adjourned to 1:15. So, but that's okay. We can wait a few minutes. Looks like
Madam Chair,
everybody-
we are in place. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, it looks like we have all the board members with us, and we will do a roll call just for the record. So if we're ready, let's go ahead and I'll go ahead and open this up. And as everybody knows, we are here for 2 weeks to undergo very important work of the Coconino County. And we are doing our budget meetings and have budget meetings scheduled with the various departments and the various electeds within Coconino County. And we are ready to start. And so what I'm going to do, just for the record, is to do roll call for the board members present. I'm Patrice Horseman. I'm the chair of the board and also supervisor for District 1, District 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2, Vice Chair.
District 3.
Good afternoon, everybody. Matt Ryan from that Keystone Center #3 district.
Always the middle child, man.
That's right. Bottom the top half,
District 4
Judy Begay, District 4 Supervisor.
and District 5. Supervisor Fowler, there she is. Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, I had to find the unmute myself. But anyway, yes, thank you so much. I am here and welcome back to our afternoon session for our budget sessions here. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. And with that, you have your full board and County Manager. I'm going to turn this back over to you.
Madam Chair, if you don't mind, this is Sue Brown, Deputy County Manager. With that, we have some information back for you today based on our conversations, questions, and comments yesterday at our budget startup meeting. For us first will be Erica Philpott, Director of Human Resources. I apologize, Director Philpott. But she has some additional information for you and progress on answers to many of your questions. Erica?
Thank you. Hi, Erica. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us again.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. Glad to be with you once again. I wanted to let you know that we have pulled some data together based on your questions. There are a few things that we are still researching, and we'll get back to you soon, but wanted to share what we had thus far. So one of the questions that I received yesterday was about the vacancy rate at some of our competitors. And so brought this slide back and added this column on the right with the red font. Hopefully your pictures aren't covering that piece. I should have put that on the left, anticipating that. But this is the vacancy rates that the City of Flagstaff shared with us regarding their vacancy rates over the last several years. I believe this was based on a calendar year. I'm not certain if it was a fiscal year. I can confirm that, but I did want to share those vacancy rates with you as we compare them to ours. So you can see that in FY21, we were at 12%, and for 2021, they were at 17%. And you can see that again in FY20, we were at 9%, and in 2020, they were at 12. So their vacancy rates have led our vacancy rates by some percentage. We did not get a current to date vacancy rate, but they did share the last 3 years, which we were very appreciative for. On the next slide, I just wanted to bring back a couple of slides so you'd have them in your materials, and I'll make sure that you get all of this. This is from the presentation last Tuesday, but we had talked about a couple of slides yesterday that I didn't have quite at hand, and so just wanted to share these slides with you so that as you're researching and looking back through materials, you'll have them more together. So that was my attempt with this slide. And then with the next slide, which we did refer to yesterday as well. And this is our history of compensation. And then this leads into my next slide, which does answer a question. So basically, we were talking about what was the compensation history at some of our competitors. And I have calls out to some other agencies, but the city did get back with us. And so what I did is I pulled information off this slide and put it into a table so that you could easily compare it and have it in writing. It wasn't just me talking about it, you'd be able to look back at it. So this is that table. And so the top row here is information from the last slide for what compensation increases we gave regular employees in FY18 through FY22. And so this is the same information off of that other slide. What is on the bottom row is what the City of Flagstaff gave in those years. So you can see in FY18, they had a pay plan phase 2 adjustment, which I don't know exactly what that is. They had I'm sorry, that says policy, but they had a police pay plan of 2% where the ranges in their pay plan for the police department moved. They gave temps 2% and they had skill-based pay of 2%. So you can see those were some of the adjustments that they made. In FY19.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Erica, can you get closer to the mic?
Of course I can. Thank you for letting me know.
And since there's just real quick, you'll send these to us. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, Erica. This is great information and really appreciate you getting right on this. So thank you.
Sure. I'm really close to the camera when I'm this close to the mic.
I know. I see that.
It's more fun than yesterday, even because we didn't have this camera on yesterday. Okay. So in FY19, they had their pay plan phase 3 adjustment. The police pay plan moved 2%. The temps received 2%. Skill-based pay was 2%. And then they had an additional note on this year that the police department received 3%. So not only did the plan move 2%, but that there was an additional 3% on top of that, and that's different than what was in the FY18 notes. In FY20, they received merit increases based on longevity, and the number of years is there combined with also the percentage. So people with 1 to just under 3 years received 1%. People from 3 to just under 5 years was 2%, and 5 or more years was 3%. And then in FY21, they had a 2% COLA, cost of living adjustment. And then in FY22, they implemented their new pay plan, which I did include in this slide deck as well as yesterday, and a 3% merit. One of the things I wanted to point out on this slide is that on our row, when we talk about in FY20, for example, a 2.5% market adjustment and the ranges moved 2.5%. What that means is that each employee got a 2.5% adjustment to their base pay, but the ranges moved with them. So if someone was at the entry of a grade, then they would continue to be at the entry of the grade, but they did get a 2.5%. It's just that the range moved with them 2.5%. This slide is from yesterday. This is the local compensation and the percentages. So wanted you to have that again all in one place when I email this out in just a few minutes. This slide, again from yesterday. This is
Erica?
yes.
I apologize. This is Sue. Madam Chair, members of the board, Siri Mullaney just emailed you the slides if you'd like to follow along or make notes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you, Siri. This is a new slide. So these are some other recruitment statistics that you asked me for yesterday. So the vacancy rate of ARPA funds was a question that I received yesterday. Out of the 275 vacancies that we presently have across the county, 12 of them are vacant ARPA positions. So that's 4.4% of our total vacancies are ARPA related. So just 12 of those vacancies. So that was a question I received. Wanted to follow up with you on that today. And one of the other things that as we were pulling some data that we didn't finish, you had asked me to pull the vacancies that have been open for 1 year or longer. That's going to require a little bit more time. It's a very manual process, actually. So we are compiling that, but haven't finished it and hope to get that to you this week. But one of the things that I was able to pull that was related to that is this average time that postings are open. And I want to just clarify that that doesn't mean average time to filled. This is average time positions are open, whether we close them, whether they don't go filled, if we repost them, but just how long are those open is one way to look at recruitment. Just another way, we talked yesterday about how many different ways there are to look at some of these. And so this is just another facet. But in FY21, we averaged 45 days. And so at the end of the year, when positions have been open continuous, we usually close them at the end of the fiscal year and reopen them at the beginning of the new fiscal year, make any changes to them, refresh them, and also any applicants that are in there, we're able to, get back to them, notify them as far as follow up, and then we close out those recruitments. And so it is included in this number, those continuous recruitments in some ways. In FY22, right now, the positions with close dates average 39 days, which is less than that 45. But we have a bunch of positions that are continuous postings. And right now, when we looked at to today, they've been open an average of 72 days. So looking at today, not that they're closed, just that how long they've been open thus far. And these are all an average, so we definitely have outliers of greater or shorter periods of time for each of these.
Can I ask a question on this slide then? Erica, can we assume that the majority of the vacancies have occurred during the course of COVID?
Chair Horstman, once I pull that data, I will be able to give you a more informed answer of that. I feel like it would be guessing at this point.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Certainly. This is a slide that I presented last Tuesday. This is the WXYZ compensation recommendation slide. I verbally discussed this yesterday. Just wanted to make sure that you had it. So wanted to bring that back to you. This is a slide that I included last Tuesday but did not share yesterday. There are two versions of this slide. This is the one with additional information. And so the one that I presented yesterday did not have the column to the far right. So this is the take-home pay table that has the recommendation, the WXYZ, in the far right column. As if you'll recall, these medical, dental, and vision rates are for people, employees with family buy-up coverage, our most expensive insurance coverage. And as a reminder, employees that have employee base only pay zero for the medical if they participate in wellness and dental and vision as well. If they're on base for all of those are free to them only. But these costs are for family coverage and buy-up. One of the things that I wanted to point out here is the two gray columns, which we did discuss last week. The FY23 annual column assumes a 2.5% merit, which is what is in the 10-year plan as a placeholder. And then the far column to the far right is with the WXYZ. And the difference in net pay there is $2,958 annually. And when we compare that to FY22's annual, you can see that the difference in net pay in that column is $2,577. So the recommendation that we've brought forward with WXYZ is very similar in take-home pay to what we did in FY22 for this sample employee, where this employee has in FY22 was making $59,091 annually a year. We picked that because our average employee makes $59,000 a year. And so I wanted to just remind you of those assumptions on this slide and bring it back to you since we did not look at it yesterday. So one of the things that you did ask us to bring forward that Siri Mullaney and I worked together on were some other compensation scenarios. And so we've brought back a couple here, and I want to walk through what these columns are. There's two slides that pertain to these scenarios. And so this will be new information to digest and look over, but I'll point out some key things. So the first column says original. So that is the WXYZ recommendation that we brought forward. The next column is, 50%. And so it's 50% of the WXYZ. So the $2,000 in W was cut to 1,000. The X, instead of being 1,752 annual, is 875. The Y, which is the longevity payment, instead of being on a scale of 0 to 1%, is on a scale of 0 to 0.5%. And then instead of a 2% merit in Z, there's a 1%. In the next column, you'll see it's labeled 75%. So this is 75% of that original WXYZ formula, and the numbers are there. In the column to the right of that, we actually presented what the city of Flagstaff shared with us that they are considering this fiscal year. And so if you'll recall, those were percentages of 3% for merit, a 7% for consumer price index, CPI, and a 0 to 2% for what they call compression or longevity for employees that have greater than 4 years of service. And so as we run through the scenario numbers, you'll see how that compares. There are some assumptions that we've made on that based on that is to current employees only, not to vacancies. There are some other underlying assumptions that we made. So these numbers might not be what their HR and their finance departments ran when calculating. So just wanted to be clear about that. And then the far right is what we did in FY22. So with the 3% and then the flat amount of $1 an hour or $2,082 annual salary. And you can see how those numbers run through this scenario as well. Just for a good comparison across last year, this year, and what the city is doing. In the bottom half of the chart on this page, you'll see that we have what we call impact spread. And thank you to Siri Mullaney for running these numbers. So that first row in the bottom half of the chart says grade 7 average increase. And so that shows you what a person in grade 7, our lowest grade, what the average increase in their annual salary would be under each of these scenarios. Below that row, you can see an all average increase, which is what the average increase to salary is across all grades in our regular, for our regular employees in our compensation structure. And so you can see that row and compare that annual amount to the amount that the grade 7 employees would receive. And then we have what we call total spread, which shows what the lowest average annual increase to the highest average annual increase would be. And so whenever we use percentages, that spread gets large because a percentage of that larger number in a higher grade does create a larger spread. And so one of the things that we look at when we make recommendations on compensation is to make sure that we look at what is the lowest grade receiving, what's the average, and what is the spread across all grades. And the next slide will show even more of that. But this is to annual. And you can see really in that percentage in the City of Flagstaff column how that total spread changes when we use percentages.
So
In the-
Erica, before you move from this,
Mhm.
just a question. So that this is the City of Flagstaff proposed, right? So where you've got the numbers where City of Flag, that's their proposed, is that correct? That has not been
Mhm.
adopted yet, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Chair Horseman, it is their proposed. It has not been formally adopted. That's correct.
Okay, good. Thank you. Just wanted clarification on that, so.
Certainly. In our FY22 column at the bottom here, our total spread, we had a percentage and a flat amount. So those help control the spread. And you can see that in our FY22 column as well. So those are some numbers to think about on this slide. Happy to come back to this, but do want to share on the next slide what I think is fantastic data. So with these same scenarios, you can see what the average percentage increase is by grade. So that's the grade impact for filled positions. So you can see that in the WXYZ, which we have labeled here as original, the grade 7 percentage is 12.2. As we move up in grade, that percentage goes down. And the grade 22 average increase percentage is 5.4. And that's because so much of this recommendation is based on a flat amount, which is a larger percentage for employees in the lower grades. The all average on this sheet is 9.0. I shared that it was 9.1 yesterday and last week. So there's some rounding here as we run numbers at different points in time. You can see that each scenarios, the 50%, the 75%, how those percentages change. And you can also see that in the City of Flagstaff proposed when we offer percent without a flat amount, that percent runs through the entire scale. And you can also see those percentages for FY22, again, because that flat amount, we definitely have higher percentages in the lower grades than we do in the higher grades. So it was 8% for grade 7, up to 4.2% for grade 22, and the average was 6.3. And that was a question I received yesterday as well. What was the average percentage increase of what we did in FY22 of the 3% plus the $1 an hour to base compensation? And so the answer to that question is on this slide, and it is 6.3%. And then we have the cost based on the assumptions that we've made of each one of these scenarios. And Siri included the cost and then the general fund cost. So that's what the GF cost is there on the bottom row.
I have a quick question. I noticed on the City of Flagstaff, they don't change their percentages by grade, yet we do. Can you talk a little bit about that and why we chose not or to change the percentage and why they're looking to maintain it?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. So when we have done in the past, whenever we use a flat percentage, that percentage is the same regardless of the grade. So when we give employees a 3%, which we've done in previous years, or a 2.5%, then all employees in all grades get that percentage. And that's what you're seeing here. And there's some variance because of their longevity. And the number, and this is an estimate because we don't have their actual employee base, but we were estimating that certainly not all of their employees would be at 4 years or above. In our scenarios that we used last year and this year, we're giving some of the compensation as a flat amount, either in $1 an hour, which is what we did last year, or in a flat amount toward their annual compensation. So $1 an hour is equal to $2,080 a year. And so some of what we're talking about in this recommendation this year is a $2,000 to annual that is recurring, and then $1,750 on top of that. The $2,000 would move the grades. The $1,750 would move people into the grades deeper. So $3,000, over $3,000 of that compensation is to their annual amount. That's a much larger percentage for people in lower grades because everyone's receiving the same amount of flat amount, regardless if they make $40,000 or $60,000. And so whenever we do a flat amount like that, that's what changes the percentage.
Thank you for that clarification.
If I can just add one clarifying comment as well. Thank you, members of the board. So one thing I wanted to clarify in the City of Flagstaff scenario as well, we've titled it City of Flagstaff, but really what we ran was if we took the numbers that they were proposing in terms of percentage and merit and CPI and applied it against our employee base. So we are not pretending to come up with the cost for the City of Flagstaff for their compensation plan. This is truly just what it would cost us if we were to match their plan with our own employees.
Very good qualification because, yeah, I could see people taking that and running with it. So very good.
And those are all of the follow-ups that I have for today. I'm happy to take any questions on any of the slides. I know that I was unable to get these slides to you before our meeting, so my apologies for that. I know you haven't had time to digest them.
Any other questions from members of the board? Erica, this is great. I appreciate this. And this is very helpful information. So thanks for the clarification and the quick response time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair? Yep, you can-
Yes, County Manager.
So just wanted to return to follow-up items, any other items that board members wanted to ask the status of, and then to staff, is there any other items that we need to present as well? I'm getting ready to jump if I don't, but I see the staff kind of doing their.
I think we can move on at this point. I'm sure that as we go forward, there may be questions, but this was wonderful that Erica was able to get right on this and answer these questions. As we go forward, it's so easy to get lost, things to get lost in the shuffles. So this is really, really fabulous information. Thank you.
So we're running a little ahead of schedule. The Public Works team is on its way. We're scheduled at 2 o'clock rather. So we do have some time for other discussion or to take a break until 2 o'clock.
Any other questions, comments from our board? Anything?
Yes, ma'am.
Matt, you want to tell a joke or two, or you just want to take a break until 2 o'clock?
I have to like, only a little bit at a time or you guys will throw me off the lifeboat, so to speak. So.
All right, well, it's 1:37, so
Break
I
would be
guess-
great. Yeah.
yeah, why don't we just take a break? We can go out and get blown around by the wind, so we'll be back.
Very
Go
good.
fly a kite. Yeah.
Thank you. 2 o'clock, we'll be back.
All right.
Madam Chair, with your permission, I'd like to remind all the folks who will be presenting in the boardroom to make sure they speak directly into the mic. You want to have a little bit of reverb back to you that tells you that you are at the proper volume. Thank you.
And I will have to say that the two board members who are in the room are doing great on that. It is the podium, and it just may be the height of the podium and the placement of the microphone. But yes, thank you for that reminder. Makes us a lot easier for all of us to hear what's going on. And this is obviously extremely important information. So with that, it looks like we have Vice Chair Vasquez back, and we have Matt Ryan back, and I do not see Judy. Is she in the room? Then Supervisor Fowler is back. And do we have Judy Begay in the room?
Madam Chair, we will find her and bring her in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt, your mic is live.
Did you say to me, Steve? Is that what you said?
I'm just telling you, your mic is hot.
Yeah, I needed to walk away from the camera and thought, well, okay, if you asked for me, I can respond, but there's nobody around.
Lucinda, make sure your mic is
Sorry.
on.
So, for those board members that are on virtually, we provided the presentation and handouts through a PDF. So if you want to bring those up, certainly they'll also be on your screen. I guess the handouts actually will not be on the screen, but those will be in your packet. Those are all in the presentation, and those of you that are here have the binder, and all the materials are in there as well.
We have everybody on the board has the binder with all the materials that were included in the binder. So whether we're there or at home, we have that. And we did receive today, just a few minutes ago, a handout with a really nice picture, it looks like, of the Public Works. So we did get that. So is that what we need?
What you need is what was sent earlier today.
We should have received, we did receive that not long ago.
That's what will be shared today.
Dynamite.
And we
Good.
apologize. This team has been covering a lot of bases, as you all
Oh, you
know. We
think you've been
appreciate your
busy?
patience and budget's patience in particular.
It has been a challenge, and we appreciate all the work Public Works has done during this very trying time. So we totally get it. Thank you, Lucinda.
Madam Chair, this is Steve.
Yes, Steve.
Just by way of introduction, so the afternoon schedule will be 2 components of Public Works. And then we also have 2 other components on Thursday.
We should have 3 today.
3 today.
Solid waste and mechanical
Okay.
services as well.
And so as the first department to be presenting for the next 2 weeks, there should be some kind of acknowledgement or prize. But anyway, we'll talk about that later. But again, this is the first presentation by county departments and constitutional officers on this year's budget process. I know Lucinda and her team are here. You have materials that, as Lucinda indicated, were sent out prior, and then also additional information in the binder with all of the other departmental information as well. So I'm going to turn over to Lucinda, and I know that we'll be rotating staff to the podium.
Yes.
And so for the staff, please speak directly into the mic. And we may need to, we'll remind, but again, this is the technology that we're using. And so it's important that your voices carry so that those in the public are able to listen and hear every word you are saying. And then we'll toggle through the material that was provided to you when we do the screen share. So Madam Chair, with your permission, we'll turn it over to Lucinda.
Please, thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair and board members. Pleased to be here today to present the fiscal year 2023 budget and funding requests for Public Works. And, this has been quite a process for us with everything that's taking place. And again, I just want to express our appreciation for everyone's patience, particularly budget's patience with us. And so we will march through this for Public Works. It'll be myself and Jeremy Floyd, our Administrative Services Division Manager, as well as Christopher Tressler, County Engineer, that'll be presenting this section, or the Public Works overall budget. But many people contributed to this, and certainly want to thank all the team for the contributions that they made. We have a very sizable budget, as you're aware, and this is quite an exercise, and really want to commend Jeremy for herding the cats to get this done, particularly during some really a lot of distractions that took place over the last couple of months. So thank you. And today Sean is managing the presentation for us. So Sean, go ahead and move forward. Next slide. This is our leadership team. This first set's of slides here I'm going to go through pretty quickly. I think you're pretty familiar with everyone. Probably the only new face on that chart is Ray Garcia, and I know we've introduced Ray before, who's our new Facilities and Capital Projects Manager, and has stepped in running, literally now managing, serving as the recovery manager for the tunnel fire. So he's doing a fabulous job. And then we had another gentleman, our safety manager, actually started Monday, and he's now detailed to that effort as well. Frank Espinoza, who joined us from NAU, where he served as the assistant safety manager there for a number of years. So we're excited about that addition to the team as well. Next slide. Just go ahead and go to the next slide. This just briefly, I'm not going to hone on this because I want to spend more time on some of the key messages that we have for today, but I think you're well aware our mission and vision and values, and really that centers around stewardship of our public infrastructure, and what are the benefits that come from maintaining roads and other assets, associated assets throughout the county, but that really reflects the dedication of our team. So next slide. Strategic priorities, I think we shared these as well last year. I won't go into them, but we're in a process now of implementing many of the strategic priorities that are noted below there and have action plans for those. Next slide, Sean. This is a quick snapshot, certainly has on the right-hand side our divisions within the department, and then a snapshot in terms of total number of team members, miles maintained, our major funding sources, and citizens served. And certainly we'll get into a lot more detail as we march through this. Next slide, please. Compensation. So this is something I really wanted to focus on. Go ahead, Sean, to the next slide today. In light of the conversation that we've been having at the county level, of which I really want to express appreciation to Erica. I mean, I think Erica and Siri and the level of work that has to go into generating these analysis around different strategies for compensation and how that translates into the various costs and how it affects the individual levels and grades within the organization and how important this is to the organization. I really want to, as I did yesterday, really commend their work. And as you know, from what I shared yesterday with you, I really see this as a critical, pivotal time for the county relative to this issue. And as you saw today, really appreciated Erica bringing forward the information from the other jurisdictions about what is being proposed. And I think you saw that we're really not outside the ballpark here. So I think that there's some real opportunity for us to have a big impact and be able to fill positions. As I shared yesterday, I've actually now gotten 2 calls from team members who left us in the last 6 months to a year and who have heard that this is being considered now from current employees, by the way, current team members, and are interested in coming back. They really didn't want to have to leave the county, but they did it for financial reasons. And whether they'll return or not, I can't guarantee that, but they're certainly expressing some interest. So that, I think that shows you how important this issue is. So Jeremy put together some good information here about the dynamics. What I want to really focus on, the vacancy rate at Public Works is 28%, but as or more importantly, the operator vacancy rate at 36%, that is nearing, I think we topped out at about 40 during the Great Recession when we had a across the board, across the county hiring freeze. And at that time, I mean, we were experiencing some really significant impacts to service, and we are going down that path again now. I can't emphasize enough how challenging it is. And frankly, it's really hard for our team members because that team is very focused on getting things done. I'll say that people that go out and work in the field every day, they see their work every day and they know what they're accomplishing every day. And when they aren't able to accomplish them, they lose pride. There's a personal impact to them. And so it's very difficult when they don't feel like they're accomplishing things within what would have been a reasonable time frame pre this dynamic. And they certainly understand what's going on, but that's really challenging for morale. It's really challenging with our constituents and our customers out there who, of course, get frustrated, rightly so. They're used to a certain schedule, and we're not able to accomplish that right now. And so and then it makes for very difficult decisions. This week, do we take 3 team members who really need additional training to be able to be more effective in the field, or do we work on roads? And sometimes you can do the on-the-job training, and certainly even on-the-job training, which is critical, takes a lot more time than just sending out an experienced operator to go get the job done. And so there's a lot of frustration within the team right now. So again, why this is so important. So there's some other information here as well. On to the next slide, Sean. This is some additional information that Jeremy put together relative to the estimated cost of our turnover. We used some of the industry information that Erica has used that's here, and what it costs to replace someone when they leave based upon what level of performance do they have. And I think, when you think about our operators, they must have a commercial driver's license, and that's a huge commitment. Not only is it a commitment to get the training and get the hours that they need in seat, and there's a cost to it, which we're going to ask for funds to increase our ability to train because we're hiring many more trainees now. But there's, the time that's involved and other things. And, there is a real cost to this. I mean, there's a real impact to the financially to the organization as well. And then you add on top of that the various disaster events that we have. And for example, we were fortunate, we had a couple of team members work this weekend to work the dumpsters out in the tunnel fire area. Now they get paid overtime, rightly so. But that's time away from their families. And many of these people have young families and they're making choices. They're having to make trade-offs, right? But they also want to support their communities. And so making those decisions every day. So anyway, gives some good information about the cost of turnover. There is a cost. Next slide, Sean. We also compiled some information relative to operator pay, and this is some information here. This does not reflect what's being proposed by the various organizations for the next year. This is what's in place currently, but we understand that they're all looking at increases in compensation for their equipment operators. And we look at these as these are some of the entities that we compete with, but frankly, we're competing with the private construction market and contracting market much more so than we are with the jurisdictions. Not that that isn't important to keep in the scope, but yesterday I had a conversation with one of our major contractors, and I asked him, what are you paying for a well-skilled equipment operator, not a supervisor, but someone that you can send out to get a job done on a construction project. They're doing a great deal of construction work for us right now. And fully burdened, he's paying about $50 an hour. So it gives you a sense, and their burden is not as great as ours because they certainly don't cover as much, for example, for retirement and that type of thing. So you can, and we're not going to be able to compete, but we have to offer a different proposition and a value proposition to our team members. But it's important to keep in mind that that is the pressure that we're experiencing. I'm not aware that we've lost anyone to a government entity. Everybody that's left has gone to private industry. So next slide, please. So now we're going to transition, and certainly, yes.
Just a
Vice
quick
Chair.
question. Did I hear right? $50 an hour?
About
So-
$50.
So they're
fully
basically
burdened.
could make double working commercial.
Yeah, right. And we had a gentleman leave recently, and I will say, not a highly experienced operator, super person. I mean, real committed. Had actually come to us from Parks and Rec, and was, developing skills as an operator. And he got offered a job for over double to go to a company a crane company that operates cranes. There's just so much demand for construction equipment operators across the range. And truck drivers, that's the other market. We've recently had 2 examples come forward from the trucking industry where Walmart just increased the pay for like entry-level truck drivers to $70,000. And they're paying upwards for the more experienced people that have been with them for a number of years. One of our team members' father-in-law just got a pay raise. He's making $110,000 as a truck driver for Walmart. Now, he's been with them for about 20 years. But that's what they're doing to hang on to their truck driver. I mean, that's and a CDL, when you have a CDL, it's one thing that you have to pass the tests and go through all that process. The other thing you have to commit to is how you manage your personal life, because they are all under, a commercial driver's license is controlled by the Federal Department of Transportation. And so they're subject to random drug testing at any time. So we go through random drug testing at least on a monthly basis. And so they have to manage their lives. If they're on call and they may get called out, they can't go out to a party. They have to really manage what they do with their lifestyle. And I think that's one of the issues we're seeing about people who are not interested in getting their CDLs this day. And I'll say many of the younger people is that they want to live their life more freely. They don't want to deal with restrictions about what they can do off hours. They want to be able to go to a party and frankly, partake potentially in marijuana, which in this state now is legal, but under DOT regulations, it's considered still an illegal substance. So if they test and that's in their, test positive, and then they lose their CDL for a year. And our policy is immediate termination. So because, that's a safety and liability issue for the county, of course. So, these are the challenges in terms of hiring people into this. And we're extremely fortunate to have the CCC has stepped forward with the CDL training program. And that has been a huge benefit to us. And there's certainly a cost to that, but the benefit to helping people get through, and that's now something we can offer. If you join us, we'll work with you and we'll pay for you going through that training to get your CDL. So we're hoping that will help us continue to try to attract people. So
in those kind of programs, is there any commitment? Like if we pay for their CDL, do they have to commit to the county for a couple years before they can leave to go to commercial?
they do. I mean, that is, we're requesting that they do, and they do sign a form.
Yeah, if the recording stops, we should stop discussion until it gets going again, since this is a public meeting. So anyway, we're back on, so please continue, Lucinda.
So you asked if they have to make a commitment, and yes, we do ask for a 2-year commitment. The reality is we've never had anybody depart before the 2 years, and what then would we exercise and what would be that process? And I think it's prorated over time, what they have to pay back. But if we don't make the investment, then, that's we even have people who are out in the community that have a lot of experience. If you're on a construction site and you're not traveling on a roadway, you don't need a CDL. So like construction site operators and so forth, most of them don't have CDLs. So we're now pushing that message to even the higher levels that we're recruiting. We've never even recruited externally for our higher level operators historically. This is the first time in history that we've ever done that. And so, but we're pushing, hey, we'll pay for your CDL, because many of them have the skills, but they don't have the CDL, and they don't want to pay for anywhere from $4,000 or $5,000 up to $10,000 or $15,000 to get it. So
You also mentioned the compensation package, so I assume that means like retirement benefits and whatnot.
right.
How is that different between county and commercial?
I think in terms of private, you're probably going to see a very different retirement type situation, right? Because we can offer a fixed benefit retirement program right now. So they will know when they retire that they're going to get a fixed benefit based on the last 3 years of service. And whereas if you're in private industry, and I was in private industry most of my career, you're probably like in a 401k program, which is going to go up and down, up and down, and up and down in the market. Now they're contributing more than someone in private industry. And that's the problem. A lot of younger people look at the take-home pay and they say, whoa, the take-home pay to the county, I'm not taking anything home. And that's the biggest pushback we get from hiring is, I'm not taking anything home. And they, whereas in private industry, maybe they're putting in a couple percent, toward a 401k, and then the company's matching that. Generous companies probably match with maybe up to 6-7%. And we're doing what we do 12 and 12, right? Basically. It's, but for younger families, that's a challenge, right? They need to be able to meet needs on a daily basis. And So sometimes, particularly for some of our recruits, particularly like in the mechanics and so forth, we hire in people who are later in their careers a lot of times because they are now focused on retirement. And they can say, oh, there's a value to this. Yes, I take home less now, but in the end, I'll have a retirement that I can look to that's solid, right? So
Thank you for clarifying all that.
thank you. You bet. All right, we'll quickly touch on accomplishments. I think as everyone recalls, this is the photograph that was just up was recognition that was held with the President of the Navajo Nation, recognized our team and recognized the relationship that we have with the nation surrounding our capital matching program. We'll touch on that here in a little bit. FY22 accomplishments, I'm not going to go through and read all these, but I think you're aware of most of those. I think one of the big impacts last summer, everyone's been very focused on the museum impacts, and of course, those were very dramatic. But on Nation, we had several really major rainfall events that created a lot of damage to the roadways out there. And we spent a lot of time working with BIA and NDOT to make repairs and address those impacts. Next slide, please. Some other accomplishments here, disaster response, as I mentioned, and we also had significant rainfall events last year in the Williams area. I think we had 2 300-year events there too that had impacts on roads. So we saw that impact across the county. And then some of the other things that we accomplished, we've got several EV chargers now out at Public Works. We're pleased with moving that initiative forward. Next slide, please. And, one of the things that has really been a game changer for us in terms of resurfacing our gravel roads has been the expansion of the number of material pits that we've been able to develop on forest. And once again, I want to thank Supervisor Art Babbitt and Mandy Metzger. Both were very crucial at a point of working with the Forest Service with us to get access to some additional pits throughout the county. And that's been, as I said, a real game changer in terms of our ability to resurface. And we have a important piece of our operation is that resurfacing plan every year, because the more frequently we can resurface, the better quality and condition of the road, the longer it is maintained without maintenance, the longer it'll stay in a better condition without maintenance. It's a very cost-effective. If we can do this process of the mining and crushing and placement, it really over the long term will lower our costs. So, but we're also looking at investing in some other studies this next year to look at other types of ways that we could potentially treat our gravel roads. Haven't really seen any products yet that work well in this kind of area, but we want to do a more formal effort working with some grad students through NAU. So, and other accomplishments, this is some of the major projects that we completed over the last year. Mountain Dell Road, which was basically reconstructed. Chaco Trail, there was a drainage project there, as well as a major reconstruction project on Coconino Trail. And we're just launching Ancient Trail, which will go into construction here shortly and largely be completed within this fiscal year. Next slide, please. I think this now transitions to Jeremy, and he's going to cover the financials. Thank you. Unless there's any questions on what I just covered with the compensation and accomplishments. Any questions? Great, thank you.
Thank you, Lucinda. I've been asked to hold this microphone directly on my mouth, so that's what I'm trying to do here. Can everybody see me okay? Great.
We see you fine. Thank you.
Thank you. So next slide, Sean. So I'm tasked here to present you the FY22 versus FY21 year-to-date comparisons for our three major revenue sources. The first one is the Highway User Revenue Fund. That's our gas tax. And currently we're showing a trend of 8.1 million versus FY21 of 8.0 million. Now these numbers are through March, so they're updated fairly recently as I receive them. The next one is the road maintenance sales tax, where it is at 8.3 million versus 7.1 million. And the final one is the VLT, the vehicle license tax, where we're seeing 1.5 million versus 1.8 million. So we're a little bit lower on VLT right now. As you heard Siri present yesterday, it could be multiple things, including supply chain issues and just the cost of vehicles that are influencing that. Next slide, Sean. So given what we're currently seeing as far as revenues, I am projecting that the fiscal year 22 will end about 517,000 on highway user revenue funds at 12 million. For road maintenance sales tax, it'll end about 611,000 above what we had budgeted at 12.2 million. And for the VLT, I'm actually projecting to be a little bit lower, about 388,000. So 2 million to end the year. And with that, I am going to turn it over to Christopher Dressler.
Quick question. What's VLT stand for?
Vehicle license tax.
Hello, Christopher, how are you this afternoon?
Doing well, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
I can, and you look great with that tie.
I guess it's been pointed out several times that I've been wearing a polo and we've been running around in the forest with the fire. I have some allergy issues with all that black soot, but we're going to do this. It's
All right, and please try to stay as close to the mic as you can.
Okay.
I understand you're taller than most, but we still need to hear from you.
Thank you. All right, Sean, let's go to the next slide. I'm going to talk about our fiscal year 23 strategic investments. And here's, we've identified 4 areas to share with you today. We're talking about the Navajo Department of Transportation, capital matching funds, our heavy equipment purchases that help support our public works operators and our mission there, especially around our gravel road maintenance, and then general highway construction, CIP project, capital improvement projects, and pavement preservation, and then our internal facilities that relate to public works. And we're looking at spending approximately $5.5 million there. So on the next slide, I'm going to explain a little bit that we do matching funds. Every year we dedicate $200,000 or $200,000 for an annual contribution to the Navajo Department of Transportation. They choose the projects. We help support some of the funding for those projects. We definitely don't cover all of them, but we've rolled over up to $820,000. So we expect to roll that much over going into fiscal year 23 with the addition of the $200,000 for that year. There's on the next slide, there's a handout. I guess this slide points to the handout. So in your packet, there's a handout here that shows a map of where N21 is. That's from what NDOT tells us. That'll be the next project, and that is a gravel road, and we're going to help fund the resurfacing, a significant resurfacing and structural improvement of that road. And on N16, that's a paved road, and that project will improve the payment there. On the next slide, some details related to our heavy equipment purchases. You can see it's equipment that directly relates to our maintenance of gravel roads or the maintenance of some of our drainage infrastructure. As we've cindered the roads, especially in areas like Kachina Village, we need to have a more aggressive approach to getting the cinders off the shoulders and out of the road so they don't end up in areas like Pump House Wash. That's a $2.6 million investment. Then on the next slide, it's the capital improvement project investments. And this slide describes how we prioritize and how we go about deciding and ranking which areas and which roads we're going to get to next. We have a 10-year plan. On the next slide points us to this 10-year plan. And I've left the fiscal year 22 projects on there. Sometimes it's a little bit awkward when we get into budget cycle that we're actually just coinciding with the previous year's construction projects. And so this spring, right now, as Lucinda mentioned, we're looking to go to construction our ancient trail project in Coconino Village. We're looking at our Parks Road project. It's a phase 1 project there that it's coming in considerably higher than what our 10-year plan had initially estimated. As you can see further down in the bottom of the 10-year plan, we have a commitment to the city of Flagstaff. That's currently a county road. The Cinder Lake Landfill Road is a county road, but the city uses it significantly more than the county does. And the city's gonna realign it, and they're gonna reconstruct it. And then we're gonna pass it over to them and let them control the maintenance. I think the agreement will be that we still plow the snow on it, but that'll turn into a city of Flagstaff road. And we're gonna stretch the payments out over 2 years, but through carryovers, we hold all the money in fiscal year 22. It's a 1.6 million.
You're deviating away from that mic. Sorry. I think
Thank
we need
you.
to get some lapel mics or something. So
The other transfer for the fiscal year 22 is Perkinsville Road Federal Lands Access Program. And it's a grant matching program. And we expect to be able to leverage $2.5 million from our road maintenance sales tax funds with probably close to $10 to $12 million of federal funding to reconstruct a portion of Perkinsville Road. Well, that's what we're taking care of right now in fiscal year 22. And then moving forward into fiscal year 23, we want to
Madam Chair?
construct. Oh, go ahead.
Just a moment, Christopher. And we have, those that have paper copies in front of them have that spreadsheet, but it's not up on the screen itself.
Yeah, correct. But it should be in the PDF that was emailed out.
Okay, gotcha. Okay,
It'll be probably about page 27.
I have it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. So in fiscal year 23, some of the projects that we're looking at, it's in Doney Park, looking at school access and road improvements. And when we say school access, we want to either do a widened shoulder project in addition to the road project, or we want to do a trail that's offset to facilitate getting the kids to and from the elementary schools in that area. There's also Parks Road Phase 2 construction project there. And then the other 2 projects are engineering. It's likely that we're going to carry over some of these funds, these transfers from fiscal year 22 into fiscal year 23. But this has been a pretty robust year in a lot of ways, fiscal year 22, and that might be why fiscal year 23 looks somewhat light. But I'm not going to continue to go through the rest of the fiscal years, but you can see down to fiscal year 27, the projects that we have. And this was largely created when Prop 403 was passed and the road maintenance sales tax was approved by the voters. And so we've reached the point where we need to revisit and reprioritize potentially these projects. And so we'll look at safety, average daily traffic, future development, some of these other things that are going to help inform our capital improvement projects, our road maintenance capital improvement projects.
Madam Chair, if I could comment on this. Yep, I am on. Okay, just real quick, and just for the sake of the board, one thing that we need to be careful of is while we provide these updates to the community, the reprioritization is how the department optimizes the most appropriate roads, but also a yearly, if they need to shift the money in terms of what they can do in terms of projects. So when we take a look, and a lot of times people will look at this say, oh, we were in line for this particular year. We need to help the department out in terms of, it's a tentative schedule as best as possible. They're trying to get it this year, but there's a tendency that it depends on market elements that these things could shift around. And so it's a conversation that you'll get caught up in, that you have to just help manage that expectation and discussion as it relates to the department. Thank you, Madam Chair. Christopher. And
Thank you.
Christopher, you can correct me on anything I said.
And by the way, if other members of the board have questions during this, sometimes it's hard for me to see that you're wanting to ask a question. So feel free to ask the speaker a question.
Yeah, Madam Chair and Supervisor Ryan, you're absolutely correct. This should be considered a tentative schedule. Like the next couple years are more firm than the outlying years, but there's other neighborhoods that are coming online, and we see the pavement degrade at an unexpected rate. And so we may prioritize some of those things, but we evaluate it and really look at, like I said, average daily traffic, safety issues, and other things like that. The next handout I want to point you to relates to the capital improvement projects that we're accomplishing this spring in fiscal year 22, and then the 2 projects that we're looking at in fiscal year 23, one in Donny Park and then the phase 2 over in Parks area. And those relate to capital improvement projects, significant road improvements. That doesn't include it. On the next slide, you'll see our budget for pavement preservation. And we've increased that dollar amount to $2.8 million for pavement preservation. We'd like to touch a road every 7 years. And a road needs to receive oil, and then we chip seal over the top of it. Sometimes they're thin overlays. And if we want to realize the full life expectancy of a road, we need to, this is very important maintenance that we conduct. And with a budget of $2.8 million, it helps keep us on track to be able to preserve the life expectancy of our transportation infrastructure. We maintain over 300 miles of paved road, and we maintain just over 600 miles of gravel road.
I have a comment.
Yes,
Going back to the capital matching dollars, as you know, as I came in, a lot of constituents are kind of coming to me talking about
Judy, we've lost you for some reason.
I lost myself.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, I went and touched the button, I guess, at the bottom. But anyway, I think that, this is a very preliminary or listing, and it can be changed. I would like to see some of this capital matching dollars that's coming up in the next couple of years to be used in District 4 as far as the road that people are really needing and wanting, which is with the Coal Mine Road from Coal Mine to Talani Lake area. And so, or the one from Cameron to the road that meets the road going to Talani Lake. So that's what I would like to see. I'm not sure previous years if any of that road was even discussed or anything like that, but more and more with a lot of things happening and just like the fire stuff, a lot of things happen, and it really creates a hardship. And even down to the point to where emergencies, they have to go around Hopi from Talani Lake or Hopi area and then go into Tuba City, or go around Flagstaff to go to Tuba City. There's a lot of factors that play a role in this. So I did talk to Lucinda at one time, and we were and discussed that. But I just want to say that I would like to see some of those dollars go into that area, and because I was voted in by them, and they're holding me accountable, and that's what I want to convey to you, the administration here and the department. Thank you.
Oh, I certainly appreciate that. you know, the road maintenance challenges on Nation are significant. And, you know, and the challenge is that, given the authority and so forth, that really NDOT has to decide where they want to invest. We can certainly make every effort to influence that. And the influence doesn't just stop with NDOT. It really is also the communication with the Natural Resources Committee that ultimately makes the recommendation to Navajo Nation Council. So I think, you know, what we've talked about before, Supervisor, is, you know, putting together, you know, that advocacy plan, I think, is what's really needed to talk about what is really needed. And certainly, as we've also discussed many times, they're getting millions and millions and millions of dollars in ARPA funds and other funds, well, primarily IIJA funds, directly funding, like we're getting nothing. And so we need to be trying to really influence that. And I think working with Trey and working, you know, with you and Supervisor Fowler, that really needs to be the focus. How do we get more money into the Western Agency? Because it desperately needs it, not only on the roads we maintain, but all the roads out in the Western Agency. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, and
Another comment, certainly, I think that's the discussion that we had, but I always wonder why, you know, these things are not in place, you know, as far as, you know, the advocacy, especially with the Navajo Nation. We know there's a lot of money out there, but what is the county doing? I know a lot of dollars don't go back into the Navajo Nation because they get their own funds. But, you know, what are we doing at this end is what, you know, and it's been years and years, and why, you know, those are questions that I have when I came into this board. Is, you know, I don't know what needs to happen, but certainly, you know, what you conveyed to me at the time, I'm okay with that. And it's going to be a lot of advocacy that's going to happen, but how strong are we going to, how can we be strong to do those advocacy so that we can influence them? I'm not afraid to go before the Navajo Nation Council. I've done that numerous times, you know, to try to get things across, but I need your help. Everybody from the county, you know, that can help and, you know, try to get dollars on the reservation, especially Western Agency. I always said that too, you know, that all the money that goes to the Navajo Nation is spent all on the eastern side. And then Western Agency, we don't get nothing. And how do we do that? Maybe it's our council delegates that aren't strong. I don't know. But that's what I would like to convey at this time. Thank you.
thank you, Supervisor Bourget. And I'll tell you that when we had some of the nation officials and the president together after we had that ceremony to sign the MOU, Supervisor Fowler helped facilitate a conversation with the Navajo Department of Transportation and some of those decision makers. And I know she's attempted to continue those meetings, and I think that'll be a good vehicle for us to help support your advocacy of those other road projects and those residents that really need help. All right, Sean, if we could go to the next slide. I think I covered these projects when I was talking about the CIP. Then this next handout is a table related to our pavement preservation projects. And you can see the roads that are areas that we'll be hitting this year. Doesn't list specific roads, but it lists communities. And then next year we'll be in Belmont, Starlight Pines, and around Lake Mary South and Happy Jack. These treatments typically are chip seal type applications or thin overlays. And on the next slide, the heavy equipment, or excuse me, our heavy equipment shop renovation. What we're looking at for $5.5 million really relates to life safety things and separating different types of work processes, namely welding and getting welding away from fuels and creating a buffer and improving the workflow and the safety of the area so that our mechanics realize better life safety and our equipment shop runs a little more efficiently. It's a significant investment. That facility is quite old. And we've spent quite a bit of time looking at different feasibilities, different options that might be undertaken. And Ray Garcia is with our facilities group now here at Public Works, and he brings a wealth of knowledge and experience, and I'm trying to pile it on him right now to make sure that he delivers well for us. But this is where I'll end, and I'll turn it back over to Lucinda to talk about our reoccurring funding requests, unless there's any other questions.
Just a comment, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes,
One.
of course.
Christopher or Lucinda, you might want to point out, associated with HERF revenues, we can't use them for facilities.
As long as it relates to our supporting our transportation infrastructure. So it's not countywide facilities, but it is directly related to Public Works and our road maintenance crews and their equipment. Then it's
So we can use them to a certain point. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the question.
Yes, that's a great comment that the funding within the transportation fund, both the road maintenance sales tax as well as the gas tax, the highway users revenue funds, those can only be used for transportation related expenditures. And all the facilities that have been constructed for Public Works have historically used the HERF funds. And more recently, I think even more recently, I look at Jeremy, I think more recently, even like the cinder barns that we did, I think most of that money still came from HERF, not necessarily a road maintenance sales tax. So they're owned by the HERF funds, so to speak. And so is our equipment. And that's important to understand. A lot of times other jurisdictions or entities come forward and they want to purchase our equipment when it's at the end of life. And because we'll have a pretty good maintenance schedule. They know they'll need to go in and rehab it to some extent, of course, and do other repairs to it. But they want us just to give it to them. And by law, we can't do that. It all has to go to auction. And so I know you get those questions many times. People would like to be able to, various jurisdictions would like to be able to take that equipment and just use it for a public purpose. But unfortunately, that's not allowed under the law. So next slide, Sean. We're going to now cover the recurring funding request. And what we're really looking at is, I think, a couple of different dynamics that I didn't mention earlier are really affecting the work as well. And one that you're very aware of, because you've heard a lot of concerns expressed by our constituents, is the level of impact to our roads today, and particularly those gravel roads, both paved and gravel, but the gravel roads out in some of the more rural areas, where the level of traffic for recreation purposes in particular has gone up dramatically in the last several years. And we see a little bit of that. It's certainly leveling off, but it's leveling off at a very high level. And that's really affecting the quality of the roads and the level of maintenance that's required. So we're really looking, as you look at these recurring, we're really trying to address some of the key issues that we've had. Next slide here, Sean. So coming into this year, we had a lot of discussion about what do we need going forward? And there's the immediate issue of the compensation, as well as the issue that we are going to need more operators over the long term. The only position that we've added since I joined Public Works in 2011 is we added an operator on nation. And that's the only increase in FTEs that I'm aware of. And that was done after Proposition 403, so that we raised the number of miles that we maintained on nation by 30%. And obviously we needed another operator to assist with that work, to support that commitment that was made. And so, but longer term, and I would say even shorter to moderate level term, we need additional personnel. And I think part of this is this dynamic with the construction market. And how do we manage, much like we have the revenue smoothing in our budget, looking at our resources and how do we manage that impact over time, where we do have changes in that market and our competitiveness, our ability to compete with the private market. But then just overall, we have so much more impact now taking place on our roads. And it's not that the number of miles of road is increasing particularly, it's really the use of those roads that's increasing dramatically, because fortunately, the prior board put some processes in place that new developments really have to take now responsibility for their roads, which I frankly really supported. And that was part of what came out of 4.3 is that new developments coming in, they needed to take care of their own roads because we weren't able to fund new roads. And that's why that tax said existing roads. Money can always be spent on existing roads that were in place in 2014. But even with that, we aren't just suffering because, we have this vacancy rate, but we're also suffering because we've seen this increased impact. So, but what I'd like to, in effect, though, we want to open up this discussion with you, because I think what we want to look at for this year and going forward is instead of filling, and I know the recommendation from the county manager is that we not fill these positions until we fill our other vacancies, because that's a natural question. If you have vacancies, why do you need more people? But I think part of what we want to do is take some of this funding that would be associated with these positions and actually use it to complement the county's proposed compensation plan. One piece in particular is that we are not recognizing the value of the CDL, and we need to add, when someone does secure their CDL, that we need to compensate them appropriately for that. And in terms of how those positions are graded today. And so, and that's all in the budget that you saw. One, we put in what's proposed by the county overall, the proposal that came forward from Erica and Siri and the county manager for compensation increases. And then in addition to that, and frankly, it's not a whole lot more money, but raising the grades of the operators as well. Unfortunately, we have some capacity to do that. We certainly financially have the capacity. We have a fairly significant fund balance, as you will see when Jeremy gets up here shortly to go over the 10-year plan. And you're going to see, and we need to begin investing that in our, not only our people, but in projects as well, but particularly in people, because day to day, what people see out there, and when this comes back to be voted on, it's going to be the routine maintenance and snow removal that will dictate the vote. It was in 2014 and it will be again. Did they like seeing the projects? They liked seeing the projects. The reason people walked into that ballot box and voted for the initiative was because they were unhappy with the routine maintenance and they were very unhappy with snow removal. And so we have to be able to keep the eye on the prize there. Those are the services that affect voters and users every day. So I think what we propose now is that we have some flexibility with how to use this recurring funding if you so decide to choose to approve it, and have some flexibility about how we apply that to be the most strategic and not only both attracting and retaining the workforce that we have today, and then look at, not necessarily utilizing all this funding, still potentially filling one or two of the positions down the road. We'll see how that plays out. I do want to move forward though, with the continuing the request for the third one there's a split. Our air curtain burner, we're seeing more and more opportunity to utilize that. For example, the tree issue, the hazard tree issue out in the burn area. probably the cheapest way for us, we believe, to get rid of all those trees, even if we can't support the trees being felled. We can't pay for all the trees, but if people do want to fell their trees and they can get them to the air curtain burner, then we could dispose of them. They don't have to have them transported to the landfill or somewhere else. Huge savings. Now, some of that wood will probably end up as firewood, which will be helpful, particularly for folks on Nation and others who heat their homes through wood. But the massive quantity that's out there, being able to utilize this. And right now, we don't have anyone dedicated to that effort. And then in the winter, they would plow snow. So it's a kind of a great thing. When they can't be operating the air curtain burner, then they can be plowing snow. So it's a very versatile, it's conceived as a very versatile role. And so that's one that we see, and getting that air curtain burner, it could also be, we talked about the community wildfire defense program coming back on Thursday, but it also ties into that. We have that resource then available to support those efforts in the communities as well, which will be, again, essential to keeping those costs down for those projects. So next slide, Sean.
Okay, wait, before you move
Sure.
on, just real quick, Lucinda, if I can, because I've always thought the air curtain burner was a pretty cool thing, and was a way to get some of the smoke out of our communities, and quite frankly, lessen the carbon release into the atmosphere. But I'm not sure how much it's being used, and I understood there was a problem with the Forest Service not allowing us to use it. So I guess I'm asking, what are you asking for here?
What we're asking for specifically is to hire someone that can operate that. They would operate the air curtain burner during the burnings, the air times of the year that we can operate the air curtain burner. And then typically you could not operate it over the snow season, right? And then they would plow snow during that time. That's why it's split. It would be likely split a cost, because we also want to utilize it to support the forest restoration. So it would be split with a flood control district to support the forest restoration initiative as well. The two challenges we've had with the air curtain burner have been, one, the operator. Two have been, you're right, when we're operating on forests, we have to have a person that meets certain requirements. They call it like a fire boss, has to be on site. That's their requirement. We've tried to work with them to ease that. We've gotten some easing. We're probably going to take that up again with them. They remain to have some concerns about the operation of it on Forest Service lands, primarily only during, restricted times and so forth. At the same time, they're also witnessing that the cost of removing, particularly the biomass, is extreme, and that's pushing these costs to 15,000 and higher per acre. So we've got to work together to come up and utilize these as a solution. But the air curtain burners, like post disaster, are we've learned now there are companies actually. There's one in California, and we're gonna try to actually get them out here to kind of do a test case with Tunnel to see how well they do. But that go into areas very much like Tunnel and do post wildfire work. They go into hurricane areas, other areas, major flooding, where there's significant trees down and have to be removed and disposed of in a more cost-effective manner. So yeah, there's some challenges with it, but I still think there's a promise with these that I still think we have the opportunity to fulfill. Other questions?
Yeah, thank you. That helps. So,
Yeah, I have a question. So we're looking at compensation. These positions that are being proposed, these FTEs, would those be included in that compensation package? And then the second question I have, if push came to shove and you had to choose between compensation package for your current workers or adding these FTEs, what would you choose?
Compensation.
Compensation.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that's why we're saying to really convert what we would have invested in the FTEs to compensation. And yes, all the operators who we hire would fall under this program. We won't have a differential in that sense. I mean, there's a differential if you come in with less experience, of course, right? But they would all be, if the county implements the compensation plan, everyone will fall under the comp plan, correct, Erica? So there won't be a differentiation. So
Great, thank you. And I will be
you.
asking that question of everybody. 'cause-
yeah, that's a great question.
Thank you.
But absolutely compensation.
And thank you, Supervisor Vasquez, because that is the key here. You know, people are wanting additional FTEs, they want additional programs, they want additional services. We've got to try to make this all balanced. So it's important for us to hear what the priorities are. So I look forward to having further discussion on this. So thank you for asking that question.
Madam Chair, this is Steve. Can I add?
Yes, Steve.
And to also add in on the recommendation of the FTEs to look at filling positions before we add positions. And so my recommendation does not prevent getting to that point. And certainly I'm not questioning departments in saying, well, why are we requesting more positions if we can't fill? It's more of a statement. Let's fill the positions that we have vacant. And then based on need at that time, we'll proceed and we'll come back and if we need to add positions, but again, it's more of a, it's not as, it's not that we're not supporting positions, but let's fill the positions that we already have authorized first. Thanks.
Thank you, Steve. And the other is this, I know last time we did get, breakdown kind of the county manager's recommendation. And I haven't gone through every page of this 4-inch book, but I've briefly gone through this, tried to go through most parts of it. Am I missing something? I don't see that we've got that yet.
What tab series is the recommendations under? So I thought there was a summary sheet though too, right?
We're pulling up the summary sheet, Madam Chair.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, Madam Chair, if you look in your physical book under tab number 1,
Yes.
starting with the second page, you should have something that looks like a spreadsheet, landscape
Yes.
printed.
I do.
Okay, and it's got the departmental funding request and
Yes,
increment
I
request with
see.
it.
CM recommendation. Got it.
Correct.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you. Sorry. That's going to make it a lot easier for me. So appreciate it.
I just want to say that I appreciate County Manager Peru's statement about filling FTs that we need to fill first before we add FTs, because that makes a big difference in the conversation. When we're making these decisions, we're trying to decide how to make sure we compensate folks and deal with adding new FTEs. So knowing that the target is raising the compensation package for FTEs that have been open so that we can fill those first, at least for me, helps me with that decision. So I appreciate that clarification.
Absolutely. And two other things I want to add. One is that is our priority. But again, what we're talking about is it, and frankly, we just didn't have time to sit down and work through making the changes, but is instead of filling those positions, actually augmenting some of the pay in some very specific ways that will impact being able to hire and retain operators. And one thing I should have stepped back and shared with the board is in 2017, we came forward, we worked with HR very closely and developed an operator pay plan that was commensurate with a training program that we instituted as well. And I think now we've implemented that. Well, it went into effect, I think in 18, I think it was improved in November of 17. It went into effect that next year. And we, at that time, we put a good faith effort. We've now seen since we've implemented that, where are our gaps? One of the gaps is this piece relative to CDL. And I think Eric and I both have thought, why did we miss that piece? But anyway, there are some gaps in that. Instead of using the money to hire more people, we want to use the money now to fill those kind of gaps that we've now identified in that existing operator pay plan. So it would in effect, to some extent, augment the county overall plan, but in a very targeted way that should really support us again in attracting and retaining versus hiring new people. So that's the goal. So any other questions relative to that and the compensation? And right, no, this is important conversation to have. And certainly if you have questions after this, don't hesitate to reach out. Some additional events, recurring investments that we want to make is increasing the amount of money that we're putting toward crushing. We put a significant amount toward that now, and we want to increase that base funding, the current base funding for that again, so that we can increase the amount. And this in particular, there's some roads in the western part of the county that desperately need some resurfacing. Next slide. And I'm not going to go through this now, but there's a map in your packet that shows where our various material pits are. Next slide. And then training, as I've mentioned several times, additional investment. We are likely facing hiring more people with fewer skills, very low skilled, no skills. But have an interest in being an operator, and those that are already with us continuing to develop. Again, the operator pay plan, they get compensated based upon certain trainings and then testing that goes along with that training. And then they get pay increases relative to that. So, but if we can't provide the training, then we're in a catch-22, and then they leave because they say, well, if I can't get the training to get my pay increase, then why am I hanging around here, right? So that's the logic, and particularly this investment we're making with CCC. It's been very successful to date. So that's largely where a major chunk of this 46,000 would go. Next slide. And then contracted striping. We have a very old striper. To replace that's probably going to be upwards of $1 million. So we're looking at outsourcing that. We'll come back and review that probably over the next couple of years, see how that played out. Our initial cost investment, cost benefit analysis that was done by a consultant 2 years ago, and we did an effort last year. We want to go ahead and do this again this year and see how it plays out, particularly for many of our major roads. We think it's going to be a lot more cost effective, and that consultant also identified that we don't have enough FTEs to actually perform that work in our sign shop. So that's the trade-off. We'd need to add more people if we wanted to go back to having our own striper and really effectively being able to keep our roads striped to meet safety standards. So we want to look at this contracted opportunity. Next slide, please. So one-time funding requests. Go ahead to the next slide. The one that I'm going to focus on here, there's a couple pieces relative to some, as I mentioned earlier, looking at gravel road treatments and doing some research relative to that. And then this AA Ranch Road. We need to do some major maintenance out there, and we want to bring in some contractor support for that. But the one I really want to focus on here is the big ticket item. It's 1.5 million dedicated toward a radio refresh. Basically, go to the next slide, please. Our radio system that we utilize is 20 years old, and probably the most critical piece of this is that we do not have what's called interoperability, meaning that during emergencies, we can't, communicate directly with the sheriff's office or other fire districts or other entities that obviously we're out there, we're assisting with traffic control and perhaps other activities in support of evacuation or other things. And we can't communicate effectively. Frankly, they're using cell phone and when we should be using the radio system. So it's very deficient. It's also deficient in terms of coverage. We have gaps on Nation. And the components, most importantly, we've been told by the manufacturers that they will no longer support replacement of these, you know, if there's parts that fail or the radios themselves fail. So this is a big investment, but both combined for the safety of our team members on their day-to-day operations and being effective in operating projects and work, being able to communicate. You think about the radios are really critical. You got somebody out on the ground. We have portables, we have in-vehicle, in equipment radios. So we looked at, should we spread this out? And, you know, the bottom line is that we then end up operating multiple systems over multiple timeframes, and becomes really, frankly, a logistical nightmare. So we really want to move forward with this effort for both public safety, team member safety, and productivity reasons, and being able to work effectively with our partners, particularly during emergencies. So next slide. And this is some of the things that will be going to the new type of digital system, which is really important. And again, looking at the repeaters and making sure enhancing, hopefully we can better enhance, particularly the communication on Nation. We've always had, that's always been a challenge. Next slide. So next up, Jeremy's going to walk through the 10-year plans. And if you go into your PDF packet, for those of you that aren't here, it's the first one will be the handout number 6. It's the road maintenance sales tax 10-year plan, and he's going to walk through that with you.
Before he does that, let's make sure that since the majority are not there, that we all know where you are. So we have the first 34 pages, and we have 41. Just trying to see here.
Should be page 42.
Thank you. That would be helpful to give us the pages. We got it. Thank you.
Okay, Chair, Vice Chair, real quick, I want to just run through the 10-year plans for FY23, starting with your handout PW6, which is the road maintenance sales tax 10-year financial plan. We are budgeting currently $12,145,000 in recurring revenues or total revenues for FY23, $8,198,000 in total expenditures, and $1,023,000 in transfers out, for a total ending fund balance of $14,532,361. That's what we will end fiscal year 23 at if we push through all of these projects for 23. Any questions on the RMST?
Any questions, members of the board? Do you all have that?
So moving to handout PW7 on the top right, this is the Highway User Revenue Fund, Transportation Fund. We call it the Transportation Fund because it has multiple revenue sources, including the vehicle license tax and the Highway User Revenue Fund and some other smaller. But for totals, subtotal recurring revenues for fiscal year 23, we have 16.9 million. Or actually total revenue is 17.1 million. And then in the expenditures, what I want to point out is for salaries and benefits, we did increase this to allow for some compensation, actually allow for Erica's compensation plan for next fiscal year. So I've already included that in these totals, as well as some additional compensation. I want to point out that the highlighted areas that I highlighted in this 10-year plan, the first one being the additional recurring SIRs. So I put that up top so that you could see that they're recurring throughout the 10-year plan. So they're budgeted. It gives us a structural surplus in FY23 of an estimated 527,000. As far as capital, after budgeting for all the capital projects we just spoke about, we have a use of fund balance of 11.2 million. So that brings our fund balance down to 15.3 million. it's hard to do this online, but I hope you're all following along okay.
Well, and I can tell you that what would have been helpful, just like when we did yesterday, is to have it kind of up as a PowerPoint with a pointer or utilizing the pointer from the computer mouse, just so that we can see it.
Certainly. And I'm more than happy to come by and later date and walk through it together.
Well, if you're asking what might be helpful for the full board, that would probably be very helpful for the full board.
Just a quick question, if I may, on it. Jeremy, you're saying the SIRs are included, they're embedded in each category. Is that how you?
No, I
When you
actually
said-
broke them out in the 10-year plan so that you could see them separate. I have the recurring SIRs, they're up top. And then the one-time funding requests are down at the bottom. And the one-time, they're yellow highlighted on the transportation fund.
Yeah, I have a black and white printer. but-
Yeah, I don't have that
Sorry
either.
about that.
Yeah, so, okay, structural, reoccurring operation expenditures. And then say it again where it is up top.
Up top, it's under aggregate and material crushing, under your
Okay.
operations and basic services and supplies. And then down below, it's under the road CIP if revenues allow.
The other thing is the tiny little numbers, but or words, but I'm finding it, but thank you.
I have the folder in front of me and I'm lost. I can't tell which one's which.
Can you explain a little bit more in detail of where it's located?
Certainly. So the way that we break out our 10-year plan, you'll see the first area from the bold text up is our revenues. So if you just drop down just below the total revenue line, you'll see our operational expenditures and transfers out. That's where we start our salaries, our benefits, and our overall operational expenditures. If you go down to commodities, you'll see fuel, parts, supplies, signs, traffic paint, asphaltic supplies, aggregate and material crushing, and then additional recurring SIRs for FY23. So dropping down to where you see the big box where it says structural surplus or deficit, just below that's where we budget all of our capital projects and one-time expenses. Just down below road CIP if revenues allow, you'll see the one-time funding requests of 1.6 million in FY23.
Thank you.
And Christopher suggested that just before solid waste, we could actually pull up the 10-year plans and project them on the screen if that would be helpful.
I think that'd be exceedingly helpful.
Okay, I want to turn it back over to Lucinda to close out the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I apologize for that. I think when we thought coming in today that everyone would be here. So if you had the spreadsheets in front of you, it'd be a little bit easier to see too, but we'll walk through that a little bit later. Next slide. And we just don't want to forget that this year we had several losses related. We lost several team members, two in specifically from COVID, and we just want to always remember that what the impact was over this last year, and we still miss them deeply. So, and I think that closes it out. And certainly, if there's any other questions or comments, we're happy to entertain those.
Any other comments or questions from the board?
Oh, for closing out the this section is what you're talking about, right?
Yes, there will be
Yeah,
two
I'm
more
kind of throwing
pieces.
questions together, but I'm waiting for the concluding pieces. Yeah, there you go.
So, but this is concluding public works. So we'll have solid waste and mechanical services. But
Oh.
those are really separate funding sources. So,
Okay, if I may, Madam Chair, I do
yeah,
have.
and the I don't know how quickly, Jeremy, we can get did you get them over to, if we can pull those up right now, maybe we just have this discussion. Because frankly, there is no change to solid waste this year. We're not proposing any changes. So, we could leave that you review it. It's a very simple budget. It's a very simple presentation. If you have questions, certainly reach out to us. We're not adding anything, it's pretty straightforward. So I'd rather spend the time on this if Sean can bring those up. So.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
if you're amenable, perhaps we could have a brief break between divisions and give them a little bit of time.
that would
There
be
it
just
is.
fine.
It's
Why
up
don't
on
we
the
take-
screen.
Do people need a 5-minute break or you want to finish out on this?
I know
wanna
Supervisor
speak
Vasquez
up?
needs to leave pretty soon, so.
Just if I could quickly do a couple of comments and questions.
All right, why don't we continue to go forward then, and we will not take a break at this time. Okay.
And shortly after that, I'm game, but okay. Madam Chair, if I may. So just going through, I like the summary report that you have in the packet as well, as I was taking a look at it. And then just a couple of highlights of what you're doing. Working with NAU in the soil amendment process, there's been a lot of play in that. It'd be interesting to see how that would progress, and it takes me back to the days of testing 5 different dust abatement pieces in Mountain Air prior to getting the roads paved in there. But, as we see various polymers and, different petro opportunities of what they're finding, if we can find that magic material that's not snake oil that works, that would be wonderful. And that also plays into the materials pitch, because we still have gaps, and the further you have to haul, the more the cost, the more the delay, the less we can do the maintenance. So continuing to explore that is just a piece, I would suggest encouraging the opportunity with. I like the fact that you have the multimodal element now in presentations, etc. We are shifting into the next century. Anytime that we're doing work on roads, continue to encourage, even when we get a great product, that multimodal, if we use that Coconino multimodal plan element that helps the maintenance department of a slightly widened roadway that allows for safety for pedestrians and or bicyclists and or, as technology shifts, we're going to have a little bit more of that quasi electronic bicycle or scooter, etc. Those are elements. The resiliency element associated with the air current burner and the discussion related to, and I'm glad Supervisor Vasquez asked that question, people versus, the pay raise. Although I do understand, the very few FTEs, but unique components, understanding the resiliency, the discussion associated with the snow plowing, and you have a different fund source plays into that. So, definitely support the intent. We'll see where we go with our broader discussions in the end here. The big piece is, and the question would be, if there is the opportunity for additional flat money or IIJA and or the advocacy component that Supervisor Begay was talking about, if we have those opportunities to use money to make money and or to enhance those opportunities, certainly encourage it, which would play into your long-term planning component with that. So there are the pieces that I'm watching out for, really appreciate them as part of the presentation, and your dynamics on your recommendations, especially that extra funding that could come in this year. It's a key piece one want to keep an eye on, and how flexible are you looking at associated with that?
So in terms of the Federal Lands Access Program, we were successful in securing a pretty sizable grant toward Perkinsville Road. And that's really building in some real capacity, because we had that in the 10-year plan, of course, being fully funded by our own resources. So that's helping. And frankly, when we have opportunities like that, that is one of the things that would cause for, a reprioritization, so to speak.
Mhm.
Right now, in terms of additional Federal Lands Access Program funds, we have not seen anything specific coming out, but we do know that there was significant additional funding put into that program. And right now, the number one priority for those funds would be to complete the last section of Lake Mary Road. As you know, Supervisor, with your tenure, we've worked on that over the last 10 plus years, and to complete that last segment is going to be really important. That's such a major recreational destination, and in particular, a destination for multimodal use. And then the other road that we're looking at, another road that's getting just tremendously higher traffic, is Stoneman Lake Road, which is basically a bypass from 17 over to Lake Mary Road. That's getting a lot more pressure with the increased recreation and attraction of that Lake Mary Road corridor. And so that would be another road. As you well know, it has to meet certain specifications to fall under that recreational dynamics in particular. It has to have that economic component to it to be eligible for those funds. But we're in good standing with that organization. They like what we're doing because we're actually going out and maintaining what we're installing, and they're very pleased to see that. We've kind of become that poster child now. So we're hopeful we'll bring in more of those funds.
So, and it goes along with the question of, can we be poised, provided the opportunities, and or the other piece is the Highway Safety Improvement Program that we have the potential, if the legislature comes forward with money, that we could pivot associated with those, and so they're key elements out there.
Yeah, and as Trey mentioned earlier, we are applying for another grant. I believe it's under the Rural Transportation Program for monies relative to addressing the other intersection out in Belmont, which with the development planned out there right now, we're planning a work session to come back to you to specifically discuss this. But with the development that's currently planned out there, that intersection is going to fail. So we have a critical issue now with the level of development being proposed. So we've got to address that as well. And we're looking at various options for how to fund that effort. So.
All right.
Again, be doing a work session focused on that down the road here, but know that we've got that on the radar and in those processes too.
And I guess I'll put a warning out there as Supervisor Vasquez did. My question will often be associated with the how we have the potential to pivot associated with some of the federal money. We have to be careful of the long-term component, but the one-time opportunities, how are we poised? And so that's a key piece. Last piece, just to note, really appreciate and just to express what we've seen, not only for what we did as an organization associated with COVID and the demand that was put on our employees, but also we've suffered losses directly or indirectly with some of our peers within the organization, and really appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. So other board members? I do have a question, Lucinda. The secured rural schools percentage that you get, I know every now and then we have a request to remove some of that from roads. Where are you with that?
I think the current recommendation for this year is that, and I believe, Siri, you presented that on Monday. The current recommendation is to maintain that as 75% towards schools and 25% toward roads,
And
which has been the percentage, I believe, for the last 2 fiscal years.
I know certainly it was last year, and I'm assuming that's built into your budget as well. Correct?
Yes.
Thank you. That's what I want to underscore. Thank you. Any other questions from members of the board? Well, thank you very
Okay.
much. As always, you're exactly right that one of the biggest questions we get on the Board of Supervisors is about roads. And in the winter, it's about plowing. And you are exactly right. That seems to be, although certainly Public Works does so much, especially with in emergency situations, as we just saw with the tunnel fire. But when it comes down to it, the meat and potatoes truly is roads and road maintenance, and of course, snow plowing. So your team does a great job. And quite frankly, I don't know how you're able to get it all done, but we certainly appreciate the work of you, Lucinda, and every member of your team. And I know they are a team. And I love the picture that you gave us at the beginning of the handout with your team all together. And I know there's probably more that even aren't in that photo, but it does show what a family Coconino County is, and certainly what a great team you have there in Public Works, and we really appreciate that. So thank you so much.
They need bleachers though next time.
I loved it. They all look like they're out, they're camping somewhere.
That Fort Tuthill.
Yeah, little faces here in the back, and yeah.
Really, it's really great. So thank you for that. Supervisor Fowler, I see you have bubbled up.
Yeah, I had a hard time trying to push on the buttons. I don't know why it's not doing too well today. But anyway, thank you. Thank you, Lucinda, and your team for the presentation. I'm going to really look at this and try to see, every department is in the same situation and I'm sure they're going to be passionately be asking for the same, probably training, increase in pay, the amount that we need to do for our employees. So, and then, Supervisor Begay mentioned a road in her district on Navajo Nation. Yes, we can work with Navajo, but at the same time on the county side, you can still set aside some dollars for that. And I know that we have 403, but we also have her funds that can be allocated on Navajo as well. So, that's something I think that we need to look at. I want to pay attention to that. At the same time, yes, we're having meetings. We have another meeting that will be announced soon with all the county, all the counties and just the Arizona side for now, and the Navajo Nation, BIA, and ADOT also. So it's very targeted meetings because we're really looking at and trying to see how we can all benefit from the federal dollars that are coming through, and probably infrastructure bill as well. So, so that would be my comment. I really appreciate all the work that you all do. I know the operators, they're so committed. It's a lonely road, it looks like, when they're out there all by themselves, and you come up, drive up to one of them. They're just in their big machine, I guess. And it looks like it's just, there's a, just, I guess being with self is that kind of job. You gotta have a really appreciate that, working alone, and then having to, I guess you bring them all together. So, but anyway, I just want to thank you again and really appreciate all the work you're doing. And we really are not hearing a lot about the posts, the mailboxes anymore. So I guess we did a good training on that one in the winter time. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions from board members? Vice Chair Vasquez?
No, I appreciate the presentation and coming back to the budget. And for me, what the big takeaway is the using of the compensation package to help fill FTEs that are still vacant. So that, I think that's really important. So thank you.
Very good. Any other
So we-
questions?
So we have the 10-year plans up. If you want us to delve into those now, at least, or lightly delve into them, they are up on the screen. So if you want Jeremy to walk through those and revisit that, we can bypass the solid waste discussion. Like I said, it's really pretty simple and pretty straightforward this year. In terms of that budget, there's no proposed changes or anything. So it's up to you whether you want to do
You
that.
know, and I think it would be worthwhile, even if it's just a quick summary. I think I finally found where we were, but I think it would be worthwhile for us to take us through this.
Okay, so I got Sean, he's controlling this spreadsheet right now, but Sean, if you start at FY23, call the line A, which is total revenues, we're budgeting 12.145. This is for road maintenance sales tax, by the way. The next line down for total expenditures, you'll see that's line B, which is 8.1 in expenditures. Now that includes the equipment purchases, the pavement preservation, and the highway construction projects that Christopher had presented today. And then a little bit further down, Sean, in column C, you'll see total transfers out. Thank you, Sean, of 1 million. So in the end, we are going to be ending the fund balance at 14.5 million for FY23.
Thank you. That was just so simple when you did it.
Can
I was just
I
gonna say that.
cheat
Here, I
in
was
for
getting
a second?
cross-eyed.
It's all because of Matt.
I think it's important to point out that we're looking at what we call the transportation fund. And Jeremy mentioned that this is a combination of both the HERF revenue, the vehicle license tax. Oh, sorry. So we're looking at road maintenance sales tax. So this is just one fund and it doesn't include operations. Typically this has a transfer out to support the transportation fund, but this is mostly all capital improvement projects and equipment purchases. All of our operations are housed in the transportation fund. That distinction is important because in the transportation fund for compensation, for like one-time funding or reoccurring funding related to operations, it's all housed in our transportation fund. So when you look at the fund balance on the bottom of the transportation fund, and Sean, can you share the transportation fund? So that's this one. So go ahead and talk about, so there was questions about the SIRs.
Thank you, Christopher. We have, so let's start with FY23 at the top where you see subtotal recurring revenue. We are budgeting 16.9 million. And then we have a transfer in from the RMST, which will bring that total to 17.1 million under total revenue. And then you see the highlighted line here. That's what I was referring to when I said I had budgeted the recurring revenues up here. And then under salaries and benefits, I kind of skipped over this, but we do have recurring expenditures, sorry. We do have it budgeted for the compensation plan countywide. I did put that number in there. And then Sean, roll down to the, so with the Total operations and transfers out of 16.3 million. Just a little bit further down there, Sean. We have a structural surplus budgeted for 527,000 in FY '23. A little bit further down, now we're getting into our one-time funding and our CIP funding. You see the 5.45 for the facilities, 100,000 for equipment shop capital. And then we had the one-time funding request that we presented earlier today at 1.6 million. So in total for expenditures, operations, capital, and transfers out, we have 28 million proposed for 23. That brings our net unreserved ending fund balance to 15.3 million. This particular fund, we do actually budget revenue smoothing, operation cost reserves, and capital disaster reserve. That's, you see the figures down below that 15.3 million, Sean. Perfect. And then we call it a net ending reserve fund balance. So if we were to expend all of these funding, it would give us that number there that I can't see because it's a cover. Can you scroll down a little bit? 11.8 million. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for taking the time to go through the overview. It did make it a lot clearer, so I really appreciate that. All right. And I understand that Supervisor Vasquez can stay a little longer. And so we do not have to rush out. So if there's anything else, Lucinda, you would like to present as part of Public Works, I think you've got the floor today.
Well, thank you. We have one more section, which is mechanical services, which is the fleet services for the county. So if you want to move ahead, Madam Chair, if you want to take a break.
Why don't we go ahead and take a 5-minute break, and then we'll move right ahead. So thank you,
Great,
Lucinda.
thank you.
All right,
Sean, can you bring that up to
5-minute break.
mechanical services? Good job. Hey, you know what? Can't see him. You can't. Oh, wait, it's working now. Okay. Oh, it's working now. Yay, I got it.
Pick the trees.
Yes.
Hey, before they start the mechanical services, I'd like to comment on solid waste and Ron Holloman.
Yeah, I was, are they not, I guess they are not going to present on solid waste is what I'm understanding. Is that,
Yeah, that's what, unless we ask them to, but yeah, it's kind of, Ron's he's been through a career with us, probably deserving of it, not probably. deserving of a
Absolutely.
comment.
yeah, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you before we go on to mechanical services, if that's okay.
Excellent, thanks. In the meantime, the wind sure did blow, huh?
Oh, boy. It's amazing. So I decided because I have enough problems with allergies right now, I did not go out there to take the dog for a walk during our break. It was pretty darn windy.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, as I look at the mountain, I guess you're seeing it better than I. I see that slight haze.
yeah, it's real windy. I mean, it's not very clear up there.
Yeah.
So members of the board, I think we're back in session. And I see that Supervisor Ryan, Vice Chair Vasquez, is Supervisor Begay back in the room? Oh, there she is. Hello. And Supervisor Fowler is there. So we've got the whole team back. And I understand that there is not going to be a presentation on solid waste. We did get your handout. So we do, of course, have the information in the book. But before we move on to mechanical services, I know that Supervisor Ryan would like to make a comment on solid waste. So I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Ryan to make comments. And then if any board member would like to, they'll have an opportunity as well.
All right. So thank you, Madam Chair and Lucinda. Not sure if he's out there, but Ron Holloman has been doing a tremendous job over the years. I think it's real important just to note that all his hard work that he's done, really appreciate the relationship over the years. Tough things we had to work through, and he always had a methodical, well thought out way of working together with partners or as we transitioned out of the whole transfer station component. So just an appreciation for Ron's work over the years too.
Thank you. Yes, Ron deserves some real acknowledgement, and that moving, this has been, one on nation. The nation made a decision to take over the service in 2012, and that was their decision, and they received significant funding through EPA to support that program. And I'll say at that time, the current solid waste manager, Dallas Lilly, who's now over at the sheriff's office, did a tremendous job with that transition, preparing them for success. And I know there's been some concerns expressed out there, but I think in terms of what the county did to support that transition was really commendable. We provided equipment and training and all kinds of support for many years in. So, and then certainly in the other areas, frankly, the solid waste market has become a very competitive market, and we have we have tremendous number of providers now throughout the area, and in areas one would not have expected historically. So again, off nation, but throughout a lot of the even very rural communities, there's curbside service, and it's and by law, we are not supposed to provide solid waste services to areas where there's private service available. We're not supposed to be in competition. So we're really moving, that whole program is moving to a green waste focus to obviously reduce the kinds of threats we saw just recently take place. And that's the focus now. And I think we've been really successful initially in that move, and really appreciate the board's support for that.
Been through community by community.
Yeah,
As we
absolutely.
transition out, yeah.
Over many years, correct, right.
Yep. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. And now, Lucinda Andriani, feel free to go on to mechanical services.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. We'll move to mechanical services, and as I think you're aware, mechanical services in effect provides fleet services for all the county departments, not just for Public Works. And we provide both for light duty, pickups and cars, as well as for maintenance of the equipment. That actually is not within mechanical services. That actually is within Public Works. But those maintenance of those vehicles that are utilized by the sheriff's office, community development, and others. And we've seen this has been a challenging year with fleet services or with mechanical services because of the dynamics with fuel costs, parts costs, access to vehicles. And I'm going to turn it over to Craig Hinckley, our Fleet Services Division Manager, to present this, as well as Jen Brown, who is our Manager of Fleet Services, and for them to present this proposal today in terms of budget for FY23. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sean, could I get the next slide, please? So Lucinda kind of touched on what mechanical services does, and that's we take care of all of the equipment throughout the county that is not heavy equipment that's associated with road maintenance specifically. So
Could
like
you
Lucinda
speak
said-
up louder, please, Madam Chair?
Yes, I agree. You're falling away from the mic.
Certainly, I'll speak closer into the microphone.
That is absolutely perfect.
So what mechanical services does is we manage and maintain all of the equipment throughout the county departments, everything from the sheriff's department to road maintenance. Those are the basic services that we do is provide all the vehicle maintenance, repair, and replacements. Can I have the next slide, please? So looking at fiscal year 22, I'm fairly new to the county. I've been here for about 7 months. So with that being said, some of the things happened before I got here, but to kind of touch on the major points, we have obviously been dealing with the ramifications of COVID, which have affected our supply chains. They've also caused some additional lead times in getting replacement vehicles. We've worked through looking at our electric vehicle infrastructure for charging stations. We're looking at 2 additional stations currently for the future, one at the sheriff's office and one here at Cherry Street. Over the course of the fiscal year 22, we have got in place all the purchase orders for the 41 vehicles that we needed to order for the fiscal year. And up to this point, we've received 14 of those 41. And again, a lot of that is due to supply chain issues. I think everybody's aware that there is an issue with microchips, which affects everything from vehicles to telephones to everything else that uses that. Can I have the next slide, please? So the next piece is the annual plan for fiscal year 23. Next slide, Sean. So I touched briefly on the fact that I'm new. Jennifer Brown, who is the mechanical services supervisor, is fairly new as well. So we've had a change in leadership in mechanical services. We're working on filling some of our current vacancies. which has been a challenge for everybody across the county. We're watching the automotive market and the effects that it has on everything related to it. We're committed to working with staff and developing their skill sets, both with internal and external training opportunities. Can I have the next slide, Sean? So fiscal year 23, our plan is to expand our EV infrastructure and add some additional charging stations, because we're kind of limited with that currently, which limits maybe the number of EVs that we can purchase. Obviously, we want to look at making our fleet a little bit greener with the purchase of EVs, but that all depends upon the infrastructure in which we have. We're looking at both what's available for EV cars and trucks at the moment, because we obviously want to make sure that we're expanding that portion of our fleet. Can I have the next slide, please, Sean? So the next piece is operations for fiscal year 23. Next slide, Sean. So in this slide, it gives you kind of an overview of the $3.04 million budget that mechanical services uses in operations. 766,000 is wages and benefits. And the areas that we've been hit hardest in this year, and obviously it affects each of the different departments, is cost increases. So you can see that our budget for auto parts and supplies, parts this year have increased about 10.5%. When we look at fuel, we have a very similar issue with fuel, and I think everybody sees that when they fill up their vehicles at the pumps. Unleaded is up 43.6%, and diesel is up 35.9%, and that's been in that time period from November through April. The last piece of this is mechanical services operates on a cost recovery basis. So everything that mechanical services does is billed back to departments. So we have roughly a 99% cost recovery, but the issue there is that with the increases, that's hurt some of the department's fundings for this fiscal year. So that concludes my portion of this presentation. I'll certainly be happy to answer any questions you have. If not, I'll turn it over to Jen Brown for her portion.
You know, I do have a question, and that is the infrastructure bill has money in it for, electric vehicles, electric charging stations. Is this something that you all are looking to hopefully utilize?
Yes, we absolutely are looking at those options.
That seems like a great opportunity for us to really expand our electric fleet. So thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Well, yeah, that's one of my questions. The other question would be, we're talking about EV. How about our mix of hybrids that we have in the fleet? How are we doing with that?
So Jen will cover some of that in the capital portion of things, but we look at every opportunity that we have to move from all gasoline to whether it's a hybrid or whether it's full electric. So we've had those discussions with the departments as we've looked at capital replacement.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, let's proceed. Thank you.
So excuse my height problem that I have. So I usually have to bring a step stool with me so that you can see me at the podium. So with Sean, if you can go to the next slide, please. So fiscal year 23 capital replacement, the next slide. Okay, so we met with all of the departments early this fiscal year and discussed their needs, the vehicle, to see if their vehicles were ready for replacement fees, their current market trends and concerns. Our recommendation to the board would be to replace 24 vehicles which have met the replacement schedule requirements and add 6 additional to our fleet, 2 from IT and 6 from community development. That would total just over $1.2 million. Next slide. So a few of our current market dynamics are to continue collaborating with departments and have discussions related to their current vehicles and uses. We will continue to ensure that they have the right vehicles for the right job and that we are right-sizing our fleet. We are also starting to see an increase in higher maintenance costs, shortage of parts, making it difficult to keep the downtime to a minimum. I'd like to add a quote here, if I can, that I found in an article that I read. It kind of just gives you an idea of what we're dealing with as fleet maintenance. So rising costs and scarcity of repair parts negatively affects return to service times, resulting in perceived poor customer service. This scarcity of available parts also stacks up downline, putting undue pressure on technicians as they battle to reduce the workload and keep our customers in service. This can mentally and emotionally overburden the technicians. So I thought this was a pretty strong and loud statement from a fleet manager in Texas, and it just kind of goes what we're having to deal with in fleet services. Sean, next slide. So one of our biggest challenges is ordering and receiving new vehicles. We're seeing the current trend of about 6 to 12 months of a lead time. A perfect example would be the Coconino County Jail. We're waiting for 2 of their vans to arrive, and it's almost coming up to about a year. So you can obviously tell they're anticipating for a van, and we're having to maintain the current van that we have. We also have noticed, due to the limited supply and increased demand, this has pushed prices of vehicles higher than normal, thus causing a deficiency in our replacement funding for our departments. So our recommendation would be to increase the replacement fee from 2% to 4%. Next slide. So here you'll see the county motor pool versus renting a vehicle from outsourcing from a rental agency. And you can tell that we're substantially lower in cost compared to like Enterprise is what I put up here is Enterprise. Next slide. And finally, our vision for mechanical services is to focus, communicate, develop, and advocate. So we want to focus on market trends and increase our technology. We want to continue our communication with our departments, and we want to continue our commitment to staff development and be an advocate with the new EV plan and ensure proper infrastructure. Any questions on this portion?
Any questions, members of the board? Please proceed.
All right, next slide. Let Jeremy.
Okay, I'm back.
Well, Jeremy's wrestling with that, if I could ask a question. And it sounds like that you have had conversations with the departments and you're recommending the upping to 2% to 4% replacement, because it's, they'll all be looking at it from their budget perspective. And a lot of times it's an education for them just to understand what the replacement is. It's not just paying for a vehicle, but paying for your next vehicle. So could you just tell me a little bit more about that?
Yes, Supervisor Ryan, we've had many discussions prior to this meeting and prior to moving forward with the budget with all the departments. And I can tell you that we've had multiple meetings with them just to have them understand, a Ford Ranger in 10 years ago cost, probably about $16,000. And now we're looking at that Ford Ranger, the same Ford Ranger costing about $30,000. Finding that deficiency and having to go to the departments and saying, hey, you're deficient in this replacement fund. How are we going to find this? Also we're finding a trend of them needing to upgrade their vehicles. There were some 2-wheel drive vehicles, and that's just in our county, it's really not relevant to being able to work in, when it's snowing or if they're going to have to go out into county roads. So those are discussions that we've had. I'd also like to bring back the EV discussions. That's something that I kind of started during our conversations with the departments of, kind of putting that bug in the ear of, we're going to start heading that way. And you're going to be pleasantly surprised about how the vehicle operates, how it handles. But we have to plan for it, so be prepared. We're going to start moving on towards that direction. We just have to make sure we're doing it right.
All right, well, thank you.
Hey, Sean, if you could pull up the 10-year plan. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. Again, Jeremy Floyd, Administrative Services Division Manager for Public Works, and today Mechanical Services. So I want to point you to FY23. Earlier, Craig had mentioned that we have established a 99% cost recovery, and that's reflected here under total O&M revenues of $3.008 million, and the total expenditures of $3.04 million. You see a structural deficit of that $32,370. That's the 1% that we're not recovering or recouping in our expenditures and revenues. Down below, you will see the FY23 current replacement recommendations. I have budgeted a transfer from the general fund in the amount of $234,900. That's to cover the new vehicle requests. In addition, I have the replacement fees. I have increased the replacement fees by 2%. This is what so you see a total of $850,819. And then we have, so on the total replacement revenues, we have 1.1 million. And then we are budgeted to expend about 1.3 million in vehicle replacements for fiscal year 23. In the end, using some of the fund balance to cover some of those replacements, we are ending the fund balance in 23 at just over 1 million, 1.095. There not any questions?
Any questions? And thank you for putting the spreadsheet up there.
I was going to ask you if that was a little better.
It was really great. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jeremy.
Great. Thank you, Craig and Jen and Jeremy. I think, this situation right now is really dynamic with the fuel costs in particular. We have had at least one department reach out and say they think they're going to make it through the end of the year. It's community development. Obviously, they don't have a choice not to leave the office or work remotely. They have to get out and do building inspections and perform other services in the field. So I think we may well see more impacts, with the proposal to increase, I'm looking back at Siri, to increase the operating across the county. We're hopeful that there's an emerging of those costs, as well. So in terms of that 2% increase relative to the replacement plan. But I do want to say, looking forward, depending upon what happens with the future costs of vehicles, we may at some point have to infuse some capital into that replacement plan. I look at that situation and how many times in our lives have we seen costs roll back dramatically? Not many times, right? So I'm not expecting that we'll see a change. And so it was important to increase that, even though, no one likes to pay more, but certainly the costs are there. This is not manufactured. But just to be on notice going forward that we may begin to develop more of a deficit if this continues over the next couple of years, and it'll have to be addressed. So, and it may be that we'll want to look at putting a multi-year plan in so we don't impact the general fund to any significant amount over any given year, but I'll say ease the impact, over a longer term. And it's a bit confusing with mechanical services because it is an internal service fund in that the departments are budgeted within their individual budgets for the operating costs. And then mechanical services is budgeted for the replacement costs, as well as, there's costs within the the departments. We're trying to move all that cost solely to the department, to mechanical services for replacement. There's been some confusion over the years. But so it's a little bit confusing because, for example, you're going to see when the rest of the departments present that departments, for example, community development, they're asking for some term limited appointments, appointed positions, 2 more building inspectors, for example. And that's one question. But then the other question is they have to have a vehicle. They aren't going to be a very effective inspector if they don't get out in the field and do inspections. So, you'll see within that, the tab that Siri referenced earlier about the recommendations from the county manager, what was recommended by the county manager and what was not recommended versus from vehicles. But we've put forward what the departments have proposed. So, working with them to manage, what do they need and what type of vehicle do they need and that type of thing. And having those discussions. So sometimes there's a little bit of syncing up. I know last year there was some confusion around that. We tried to work more closely this year, and we've submitted a much more detailed report to budget so that they have that to understand how does this all sync up between department budgets and the mechanical services budget. So just to be aware of that dynamic. Sometime I know that's a bit confusing to track all that, but as we walk through this, you'll see, there certain departments are making requests, as Jen pointed out. So,
And I'm assuming, Lucinda, that there's also a backlog even in obtaining the vehicles that you've already ordered for this year.
oh yeah, as she indicated, I think actually we're at 15 now because Supervisor Begay's vehicle did just arrive this last week. And it's ready for operation now. Thank you, Jen. But we had been waiting for over 6 months, I think, on that, over 6 months for that vehicle, 7 or 8 months. And so that's been pretty typical. Out of the 41 ordered, we've received now 15. So, and we don't buy from standard, we don't go down to the showroom, right? We're buying off the state contract. We get, frankly, pretty extraordinary prices. Even at the cost today, we're paying quite a bit less than the market if you or I were to go out and buy a vehicle. And so we're buying through those state contracts. These are large entities that really, they service fleet organizations. And so they're used to managing large volumes, and they too cannot get the vehicles. I mean, it's just a matter of supply, and it's the manufacturing, and largely the chips are the biggest holdup. If you've seen, as you go down 17 there at the 303, you'll see a large construction project going off on the west side of the freeway there at the confluence of 303. That's a chip manufacturing plant. I think it's about a $20 to $25 billion operation. So, and I know there's several more going in, like in Ohio, but they're trying to make up this gap and produce more of the chips within this country so that we have adequate supply for everything that we use today. Basically has a chip in it. So, but that's been one of the big issues, but other supply issues as well with parts and other things as well. So happy to answer any other questions or comments or.
Yep, that and the security component of Taiwan, etc. Yeah. So supply chain is a
Yeah,
big
and
one.
certainly on the fuel side, we've seen a dramatic increase, and that's outcome of the Ukraine war and all the fuel dynamics there to some extent, and just market dynamics. Having been in the energy industry for about 30 years, they're extremely efficient at exploiting any kind of opportunity. But that's the market dynamics we're subject to. And once again, we pay far less than the market for fuel, but we're still seeing a significant increase. Well, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Anything else, Lucinda, with Public Works that you'd like to present here to the board?
Vice Chair has a question or comment. His mic
Sorry
isn't
about that.
working right now. It's out. Sorry, go ahead.
We can't hear you, Geronimo.
Sorry, my question was, do you see this situation continuing or the supply chain getting better anytime soon? Is this something that we have to deal with for the foreseeable future?
Yes. Yes. So I've been doing some research on, what the current trends are. And that is something that all of fleet managers across the country are facing and don't see it getting any better for the next 1 to 2 years.
Thank you. That's discouraging, but that's the world we live in.
Yeah, and the chip plants that are under construction now, they're at least, you see the magnitude of the construction down there. I counted at one point, there are 23 cranes on that site, large cranes.
Yep.
And it's, massive development, and probably one of the largest developments to ever take place. Intel just expanded their operation in Mesa as well, Chandler, I believe. And so, but that's, they're responding, but it takes time to construct these facilities and hire the employees, and all of that process is going to be significant.
All right. So, County Manager, I'm going to turn this back over to you for right now.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Madam Chair. Members of the board, we are concluding our department presentations. We do have time reserved for any discussion. We would suggest that if the board so chooses to have our discussion and any follow-up items that you would like us to look into now, and then what we can do then tomorrow is start at 8:30 instead of 8 o'clock. Again,
I'm sorry, Steve, from what I understand is you're proposing that if we do the follow-up questions now, we can start a little later tomorrow. Is that what you're suggesting?
yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. All right, any final questions, comments, concerns, discussion?
I have one, if I may. And actually it's kind of the public works piece, but it's finance piece. As I look at under number 1, the recommendations, and then I look under public works, there are like 9 recommendations under the number 1, but there are about 15 or 16 recommendations in the public works piece. And is that as it relates to particular funds, or there's a little bit of a disparity between the two? I'm just curious about that.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Ryan, yes, it would be tied to the funding source.
Okay.
We do have limitations with general fund just in terms of it covering the entire organization, and then we have the restricted funds that we do have those within the Public Works Department. So that is the reason why.
So number 1 would be pretty much the general fund recommendations. Is that what I'm hearing you say? Under tab 1.
I don't know the tab. I don't have it in front of me, so I'm going to ask Siri to respond.
Hi, Supervisor Ryan. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time following where you're finding the numbering on them. We do have under tab 1 all of the requests, and then we do have the funding source listed on the spreadsheet. If you look off to the sort of the second 2/3 to the right where it says funding source and county manager recommendation. So we do have general fund. Then we go into flood control district on some of the requests for that department. And then we list transportation fund as the funding source.
Yeah, so as I look at that, Siri, and I understand that. That's right. Okay, I see the funding piece. I didn't look as close on that when I was looking at it. But if I go back through the public works piece that's in the packet, not the one that was brought out today, where there's a listing of recommendations, I'm seeing 15 different pieces. I didn't do a full comparison of them, but I just counted it up. There were like 15 of them. So there's a little bit of disparity associated with that. And I was just looking for, just throwing it up, I guess.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan, for bringing that up, and we will take a look and make sure everything sort of syncs up between the two sections. We will get back to you tomorrow if we need to make some adjustments.
All right. Well, thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments?
Madam Chair.
Go, yes, please, Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, staff, for the presentations today. Just want to say that staff training is something that's really something that we really need to look for the staff, and making sure that they're up to date, you know, in a lot of mandates or a lot of criterias or whatever changes there has been, you know, affecting their workplaces. So I just want to say I'm really thankful that you have identified some of those, but I'm not sure if that's even enough, you know, with all the employees we have. So I just want to say thank you, but that's the area that I wanted to probably take a good look at. And so that's the area I wanted to bring up. And then also, I know that, you know, there's a lot of, looking at the budget, the listing at the front of the page, and I was wondering in total how much general funds are going to be used, you know, to accomplish all the listing there as far as how much versus other fundings, like other funding areas, how much of those amounts are. So if you can dissect those for us tomorrow, really appreciate it. Thank you.
I guess I need, Madam Chair, I just want to understand Supervisor Begay's request a little bit more.
Yeah, like for general funds, you have a lot of them listed.
Mhm.
How much is the total of that? Then other fundings for each one of them, just let us know so that we kind of know where all the funds are, how much the funds are coming through, because they're all together.
Right.
And so, thank you.
And in the binders within the financial statements for each department, we do have a revenue breakdown of how much general fund and how much of the grants. And so we'll go over that tomorrow, or we can do it now if you'd like, Madam Chair, just to acquaint you all with the financial piece or the portion of the binder.
You mean per department is what you're referring to? Is that right, Steve?
Yes.
Yeah, and you know, I think that's a good idea. I mean, obviously, we have gotten these here relatively recently, and it's a lot, and some of us are trying to go through it before the presentations. So I think that's great. If you wouldn't mind just taking a few minutes just to go through there, because I think it may answer the question.
Okay.
And then
I'll ask-
my question was on this, it is probably not reflected in here, but the infrastructure money has monies available for charging stations and electric
Yes.
vehicles, and I'm not sure that if that's probably apart from this.
It is not, yeah, because that would be an upcoming grant
Got it. Got it.
request. So yes, and that's why when we are adopting the budget, we've indicated we do adopt a ceiling that includes potential grants, and we would be looking at any infrastructure money that would be possible, so that we can have that capacity to spend it once we get it. And so,
Good. Thank you for that.
so I will ask CFO Siri to go over the format of the financial statements for the benefit of the board.
That would be fine, and we're under tab 25. It'd be nice just to kind of lay it all out so we can find it. These are big books.
Okay, we're getting that.
Thank you, Chair Horstman and members of the board. So the first thing I want to draw your attention to is under your first tab, where we've talked about it a few times today now, the spreadsheet that has all of the department requests. So on it, there's actually a page 6, which is the very last page. And for those of you in the room, I'll hold it up. I know it's hard to see on the screen. But the very last page of that, the top says FY23 departmental funding requests / increment requests. And at the bottom, it says total request summary by fund. Do you see where I'm looking?
Yes.
Yes, and so we have the first section is what was requested in terms of one-time and recurring funds. And the second section is the recommendations. So I believe this might be the higher level breakdown that you were looking for, Supervisor Begay, in terms of recommendations or what is the cost by the different funding sources. So that's all of it rolled together for each department. And then as we look at tab 25, Public Works, I would be happy to walk through the financials for the department if you would like a bit of an overview. So again, going to section 25. And this one is a little unique because I think we have actually more than one area covered in here between the transportation fund and some of our other funding sources. But if you look at the initial materials that we have in the book, we have a department overview form starting on page 1. Each department was asked to provide an overview of each of their programs with some narrative information. So all of this comes directly from the department. They were also asked some questions to help facilitate their discussion with you. So you'll see that starting with the FY22 year in summary for tab 25, that starts on page 4 of 42. And it goes through then a longer term outlook and plan, fiscal year 23 priorities, and legislative priority questions or threat type questions. So every department has a very similar format on the information that they provided in terms of a narrative. We also asked each department to provide their org chart. So you will see that in your materials. For this tab, it is provided starting on page 24. There is an org chart, and I see it did not print probably as beautifully as they intended it to, but we do have org charts in there for each department. So where you get to every department's individual financial statements, that starts on page 25 of 42 for this tab. Every tab is a little different just depending on their narrative in terms of what page you'll find this on, but you will find it in the same consistent order for each department. So walking you through, this is the information that the budget team provides then to help with the materials. So what you're seeing, again, we should be on page 25 of 42 at the top. So taking those programs as they have been developed by the departments, what are the different programs within Public Works? They're laid out over there on the left. You can see under program name. And then we have a high level breakdown of the program for just fiscal year 23. Included is the program revenue, general fund support, and then use of fund balance. We can see every department also has a bit of a different look on this. Many of our departments are primarily general fund supported and don't have revenue or maybe have minimal revenue that helps supplement. So you can see the breakdown on this sort of high level table of what the proposed budget looks like on the resources side supporting the budget. And then there's that gray line sort of dividing it up where then we go into the program budget. So you can see, of Public Works, for example, you can see the amount that is Road Maintenance Service Division is $8.7 million of a cost, for example. Thank you for pulling that up. And then the FTE count as well for the program. Now, most departments in the next section have a graphic that shows the general fund and the special revenue fund expenditure trend in terms of budget to actual. Because Public Works is primarily a special revenue fund or really doesn't have a general fund budget other than some support being transferred in, they only have a special revenue fund expenditure budget. So you can see their chart has a blue line for their budget, and then the percentages is the percentage change from year to year. And the red line is their actual expenditures, which is helpful sometimes. As we look at some of the requests and the recommendations, one of the things that we take into consideration is perhaps one cost area has been higher or has been trending up, but have others been under budget, and can we maybe repurpose some of the money that's already in the budget? So that's where that becomes a little helpful is, how close are we every year to expending our full budget, whether it's in the general fund or in special revenue funds. Then just, for your own information, we have a staffing summary for 3 years, starting with fiscal year 21 and going out to the FY23 recommendations. So you can see the positions that support all of those programs within Public Works. And then we also have a 10-year look in the form of a table. So again, this is just a special revenue funded department for their FTEs, but those blue bars would be a darker blue if there were a general fund component to the staffing. And we went back 10 years, so you can see trends. Similar to that higher level look we took yesterday of all county FTEs, some departments, of course, have had increases and others have had decreases over the years. So this is just a 10-year sort of look at that so you can get an idea of, has the department had the same level of FTEs for 10 years or has it changed? So that's on page 27. Now we're on to page 28. And another thing we provided for history was the general fund requests that have gone into the budget for the last 5 years. So again, this department's a little unique compared to most. So I would encourage you to kind of do a comparison on other departments as we're talking about them, because we don't have a lot of general fund activity in public works, quite honestly. So this is a pretty minimal chart, but it shows one-time and recurring investments. And then if there were any FTEs, again, just the general fund piece there for that department.
So this is where I was doing the comparative to under tab 1. Associated. So you're saying there, I'm seeing fiscal 23 funding requests. I thought, and maybe I just heard you differently. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on the next chart, the funding request component. But that's where I was doing the comparative of seeing recommended for I think 15 items or approximately, and then you go back to tab 1, and there are about 9 items or 8 items that are being recommended. So just for clarity, for your sake, Siri, that's what I was questioning.
Okay, yes, thank you, Supervisor Ryan. I appreciate that clarification. And like I said, we will make sure our summary sheet is comprehensive. I know we had a few versions floating around from time to time, so thank you for pointing that out. We always want to make sure we have the latest and greatest in your packet for sure. So what you see then, starting on page 28 in the section that Supervisor Ryan was speaking to, are all of the requests that we received this year with the funding source, and then just a brief description of what the request is, and then the status of the recommendation. So again, you can see, given these are special revenue funds, we do not have necessarily the same limitation as the general fund. All of them are noted as recommended currently. And so as we walk through pages 28 to 29, that's where those requests live. But if you want more information on the requests, then you can find that. I'm going to skip a page for a minute and draw your attention to what starts on page 32 of this packet. So page 32 of 42 is where we start the more detailed information on each request. Hopefully, when you see a request on that summary page, then in the same order, you can go behind in the packet and find more detail on the request. So, what is the narrative provided by the department in terms of sort of their statement of need and their justification for it. And so this provides a lot of information on what it is they're trying to accomplish and what the need is, that helps just sort of expand upon that brief summary description that we saw earlier on the summary section. And then finally, if we can go back, we're going to page 30 of 42. So this is where we have all of the little numbers that we love, again, in budget. And these are the numbers that we're providing for you. And Public Works is actually probably a really good department to go through on the revenue side of things, because they have so many. So in the top section, what we have are all the various revenue sources that go to the department. So for example, we've talked a lot about vehicle license tax, that second one down. That's a funding source that goes partially to the general fund. So you won't see it necessarily in a department budget, but you would see it in the general fund 10-year plan. And then the other part goes to Public Works because it is restricted by law for transportation purposes. So we have a history of our budget and our actuals for 21, our budget and our department forecast for 22, and then our FY23 budget. And it's important to note that the estimates in fiscal year 22 are based on information provided in Munis by each department. So that's what's reflected here. So as we walk down, we can see all of their different funding sources. And then we have a line called use of or increase in fund balance. So that's the second from the bottom before you get to the total funding sources there. What that represents is basically what's their net. If you were thinking of an income statement, did we add to our net position? Did we decrease our net position, right? So that's what that represents. If it's an increase, it's negative, meaning our to balance our budget, right? To have our expenses match our revenues, we're actually adding to our fund balance at that point when it's negative. So we see that here in fiscal year 21, we added $8 million to overall fund balances within Public Works. Whereas in what was just presented to you for fiscal year 23 with the capital plan, The projection is to use $11.6 million of fund balance, including those capital projects. And in order to get the detail to that, I would draw your attention to that middle section where we have expenditures and other uses. So this is where we can really look for changes and variances and, just sort of how the budget is broken down. So in the case of Public Works, if we were to look at our FY21 actuals, salary was about $8.6 million for the department's salary and personnel expenses of a total budget of 24 million. Do you guys see those numbers? Okay. I don't have the mouse to move it around. Okay, so then comparatively, when we look at FY23, our personnel costs are anticipated at $11 million of 43 million, but where you really see then that difference, why did it go from 24 million of actuals up to a budget of 43 is in that capital line. So that's where you can see what the plan is. How has it changed from the prior year? And also look for variances. And then the last section is a little more challenging to sort of describe for Public Works because they don't have a lot of general fund activity. But this is where we would just have general fund as a snapshot. So if they had program revenues going into the general fund, we would show them here. For example, community development has building permit fees that go into the general fund. We would have a line here for building permits if we were looking at community development, or really for all of their revenues, but mostly sort of building related fees. And then we also sometimes provide general fund support to other funds to help supplement the cost of staffing or operations, just depending on what that is, or the maintenance of effort in some of our major funds. And so if we had a transfer of general fund support to the department, it would also be listed in this next line. And then our program expenditures. So what part of that budget in that second middle section is general fund budget? So it just takes that portion and breaks it out so we can see sort of the total budget picture. Revenues minus expenses, and then the transfers in and transfers out to get to what is the net general fund support then for the department. So that's how you can do that comparison. So just to put it simply for Public Works, for FY21, I'll go to the actuals column. They had total expenditures of 24 million, and of that, $254,986 was funded by the general fund. So they all the departments follow a very similar format. We also provide a brief financial summary of what we're seeing to help you sort of interpret the numbers. And then finally, there's like a key at the bottom. So what does federal and state grants look, what does that mean? Or what is represented in licenses and permits? So that's sort of to help you also refer back to if you have a question of, well, what really makes up, salary and ERE, for example, you can refer to the chart and get a description there.
Great. Siri, that's great. I think that's a great refresher for us. So thank you very much. So any other questions, comments?
Well done.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. I think that was a well done by Lena Fowler. It was hard to hear, Lena. So I think that's what you were saying.
Yes.
So
Thank you, Madam Chair.
and yes, it was well done. So thank you. And any other questions, comments? Otherwise, I'll turn this over to the county manager.
Okay, seeing none, Madam Chair. So with that, we will suggest that we begin tomorrow at 8:30. And departments on the schedule for tomorrow are Human Resources, Facilities, Recorder, Elections, County Attorney. Okay. So, but again, 8:30 we start.
Very good.
With HR, and the rest is on the list there.
That's wonderful. Thank you. And once again, staff, you knocked it out of the park. You did a lot of work and made it easier for us. And we really appreciate that. And thank you for your care and concern and dedication, and onward with the budget process. So thank you.
Yes, a marathon tomorrow. Here we go.
Day 2.
Day 2.
All right. Take care.
All right. Bye.
Great job, everyone.